Mayor, it's yours.
Well, good morning, everyone. Going to have a fun-filled day today. It is our City Council budget retreat of February 3rd, calling to order. Just a note to the public that the council may vote to go into executive session for legal advice on any of the agendized items. Roll call, please.
Mayor Deasy,
Here.
Vice Mayor Daggett,
Here.
Councilmember Aslan,
Good morning, everybody. I'm here.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Here.
Councilmember Salas,
Howdy and good morning, everyone.
Councilmember Shimoni,
Still sleeping. Just kidding, I'm here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Good morning, I'm here.
Excellent. Well, Councilmember McCarthy, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I will. Thank you for the privilege of doing that. Please stand if you can. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. The mission statement of the City of Flagstaff is to protect, enhance the quality of life for all. Councilmember Aslan, would you please read our land acknowledgement?
Thank you very much. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will ever know this place is home.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. And if you can see my breath, that's because I'm freezing in an outdoor office right now that the spacer heater has not taken care of yet. But this brings us to our agenda item number 4, which is the City Council Fiscal Year 2022-2023 Budget Retreat. Ms. Lance, or city staff, please take us away.
I might start, Mayor and Council, if I may, and I will introduce Nicole Lance, who has been with us before, serving in this capacity. Nicole brings a rich background of municipal government experience, and she has been with the Lancaster leadership team for some time, and we have used her great services in the past, and we're honored to have her again with us today and tomorrow. Nicole, good morning to you. In a second, I'll be turning it over to you to do what you do well. But I thought I would kick it off by thanking everybody for being here on this chilly morning. Mayor, I hope your heater is working. It was cold last night. When I first got up this morning, we were down around 7 degrees, at least in my neighborhood. But the bigger story is the wind chill. So here we are, February after Groundhog Day, but we're back into the depths of winter minus the snow. And I think those cold temperatures are going to be with us tonight and tomorrow night as well. So thanks everybody for being here. And this is a very important retreat. As always in these retreats, we have these to give ourselves, the entire organization and our elected body, an opportunity to have a forest through the trees sort of discussion. This is, the state of the city in a sense, in terms of what's currently on the plate, what lies ahead. And of course, all of that is strongly founded upon where we are economically. You're going to get a pretty nice and very comprehensive presentation today on that topic. Where are we financially? How is the state of the city? And then we will segue into a lot of discussion about programs and projects and priorities. This budget retreat will afford council more opportunity for weigh-in. We always encourage dialogue. But I think this retreat in particular, and in a second here, if we can maybe pull up our agenda. I don't know who has that handy. It's maybe Heidi Derryberry, maybe you, Nicole, but it might be good to pull up the agenda and share it with us here, and we can talk about what lies ahead. But we are going to structure this retreat in a way that, thank you for this, that allows for a lot of engagement and interaction. So we start off with housekeeping matters, and then we segue into that. So I'll run through the agenda briefly, and then I'm going to turn it over to Nicole. But we will start out with a timeline of the budget. Where are we in that process? Talk a little bit about priority-based budgeting, revenue updates, fixed costs, available resources. We're going to give you an update on where we are with our employees. We'll also give an update on the bond committee, federal funding, big topic of late. And then the resource allocations and priorities is designed to take us well into the afternoon, and we will resume with that tomorrow morning. That will be very much a dialogue with council, and a lot of time allocated to that discussion, and then end with council forum. So with that, and this agenda can be posted again and again to remind us what we're going to be talking about. I would like to turn it over to Nicole, and Nicole, I would invite you to walk us through the protocol, the format for this retreat, and we'll get into business. Sound good?
Sounds good. I have a new setup on my computer, and it is not super conducive to sharing my screen. So I just want to kick off with a quick reminder. Number one, the facilitation framework that I use is that idea of polarity. So managing between two things that are both good, but sort of mutually exclusive. So having the conversations we need to have, but managing an efficient pace, asking for clarity, and tolerating ambiguity when we need to. And I'll be managing through those. You're familiar with this. Just as a reminder, the way that I will do that when I need to balance between those is I will pop my video on, I will put my hand obnoxiously close to the camera, and I will say, pause, we need to pause the conversation. So you can start a betting pool if you want amongst who you think is going to be the first person that gets paused throughout the day. If you like, you guys have been pretty good about this in other meetings so far. So I appreciate that. One of the things that is occurring right now is an overwhelm of decision fatigue. So decision fatigue is one of those phrases that kind of gets thrown out there, and you sort of roll your eyes, like Zoom fatigue, pandemic fatigue, reconsideration fatigue is a new one. But it's, and I love the poll going on, or the bet going on in the chat there. Not gonna lie, but that's where my money was too. This idea of decision fatigue is actually being studied by psychological researchers because it's having such a larger impact than it normally does. Now, it occurred pre-pandemic, but what's happening is in a pandemic situation where we've been now for almost 24 full months, we're coming up on our 2-year anniversary with this thing, which is crazy to think of. But what's happening is we're having additional layers of consideration upon normal day-to-day decision-making. And now we're doing things that they're calling reconsideration fatigue, right? So we were planning to meet in person, and I was excited at least to see the top halves of everybody's faces in person, and then we switch virtual again. And it's like, wah, wah, you get like that kind of Debbie Downer sort of feeling. And while we can, kind of say, yep, oh, well, we're used to this now, we are used to it, and it's still creating a context where decision-making becomes more difficult. So throughout the day, as we go through, if you start to feel like conversations aren't going where they want, you're having trouble articulating a point, take some breaks and do some of those things we've talked about, that pendiculation, that nice stretch and contract, get that blood flow going again. We do a lot of stuff with cameras off. And your gluteus maximus, not just mine, but everybody's, is the largest muscle in your body. And when we sit for long periods of time, blood tends to pool there. Or when you stand, it tends to pool down towards your feet and your lower extremities. So do 5 or 10 squats. We don't need to watch it happen unless you really want to show that to everybody. But what that'll do is it's going to actually recirculate and reoxygenate your blood and help you be a little bit more focused. So yeah, Rick, I don't have the slides up. I switched computer setups and I've got a system preference I'm going to fix when I go off of this. So with that, Greg went over the agenda for the day. If there's one thing I know about the Flagstaff team and the Flagstaff Council is that you are ready to work and you are ready to get to it. So I say, let's not delay it any longer. We are 2.5 minutes off the agenda pace right now. So I don't want anybody to get nervous for my time bound people. So Heidi, why don't we go ahead and kick it over to you with the budget timeline? We'll start there and then we'll move right into priority-based budgeting with Shane and Chris. I like making this sound like a late night show where we're just switching to everybody. All right, so Heidi, you want to jump on in?
Sure. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Heidi Derryberry, Interim Finance Director. I will be happy to give back that 2.5 minutes as I talk about the timeline. I just have one quick slide to talk to Council about, just reminding them where we are at in the timeline. So currently today, we are in the second Council budget retreat for this fiscal process of budget. We will have a lot of different topics to talk about today, like you have heard and saw on our agenda. Then coming out of today's meeting, we do meet again in another council retreat on April 21st and 22nd. At this point is where the budget team and city manager will bring forward the city manager's recommended budget for your review. Then June 7th, we will have the tentative budget adoption, followed on June 21st by the property tax levy hearing, the first reading of the property tax adoption, and the final budget adoption. And then the final meeting that we will have is on July 5th, where we will do the final reading of the property tax adoption. So just a quick, brief reminder of where we're at and what we still have to come. It is now February, and it seems like July is a long time away, but we will be there before we know it. So thank you. If there's any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, I believe I hand this over to the PBB team.
All right, Shane and Chris, you are up. Also known as the PBB team. I want to know if that's what you call yourselves.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. Chris Rohde with the PBB team, I guess is what we're calling ourselves now. The PBB All-Stars, perhaps, something like that. But we have been over PBB at our previous council retreat. So this is going to be a pretty short overview of this. It'll just be a few minutes here. And am I controlling this slideshow, or is somebody else controlling it at this point? I'm not sure. Sorry, I missed that detail.
Hey, Chris, it's Rick Tatter. I do have the slideshow.
Okay, yeah. All right, could we advance one slide, please? Thank you, Rick. All right, so this will just be a very high overview of where we're at with PBB. It'll just be a few minutes. I'll start with a quick overview of the process that we do on an annual basis. This is not the first time we've done this. The first step we do every year is we have all of our departments go over their program inventory. So a few years back, they entered all of their programs into our PBB tool, and we go back and check those every year to make sure that they're still accurate and accurately describe what the city is doing and what their departments are doing. So their inventory of programs is updated every year. That's broken into two sections. There's two types of programs: governance programs and community programs. A governance program would be anything it serves the city as its primary beneficiary, where the community programs benefit the community at large. So those would be any type of program that the community engages with, where governance would be our internal programs to keep ourselves running. And we evaluate those a little bit differently depending on which of those types of programs it is. The second stage we went through back in the fall was costing. That's where we go through and make sure that allocations of time and finances to each of those programs are still accurately described. So as positions move around and take on new responsibilities, we want to make sure that those are updated so that a single PPE is allocated to the right program, or if funds change around, those are still with the correct allocations towards each program that they serve. Finally, we go through, and this one was a bigger lift when the system was put in place, but we review scoring for programs to make sure that they still align properly with the priorities and objectives that you all passed. I think it was November of 2019 or 2021 or 2020. The 7 priorities and objectives that all of you passed, to make sure that those are still accurately scored for how well they adhere to each of those things. And then the last step, which we're finalizing right now, is budget requests. So once all the programs are set forth, members of staff can come forward and put requests to the budget team of more funds or more personnel or whatever they may need to enhance their programs, and we're going through that right now. That concludes on Monday. Can we move on to the next slide? I believe we've got a summary here of these are the 7 priorities that council passed. That one in the blue on the upper right is the governance program, and then the other 6 comprise the community programs. So there's environmental stewardship, livable communities, robust resilient economy, sustainable innovative infrastructure, inclusive and engaged community, and safe and healthy community. So our programs won't often align with all of those, but they may align more strongly with 1 or 2 or 3 of them. And those are that's the way we evaluate our programs, just how well they adhere to 1 or more of these priorities. And on the next slide, I've got the table that just shows underneath each of those what some of those may mean. So there's a lot of information on this slide. I'm going to buzz through it a little bit quickly here. It's not expected to read everything on it, but this is a refresher. If you want to take a minute or 2 here just to look at what some of the things are underneath this, it kind of shows you how we built up each of those priorities with kind of sub priorities and objectives below them. Again, some programs will hit some of those boxes, but not all of them. But their adherence to a column is kind of how we evaluate them. And it looks like these were approved December 10th, 2020. So December 2020 was when these were approved by council. Now this year we have a new tool that we're using for our budget requests called our budgeter tool, provided by ResourceX, our PBB partner. It's a new web-based tool, so instead of using spreadsheets and rows of spreadsheets just to submit requests, it's all done through an online tool. It also allows requests to be either where you can say, here's an exact account I would like to increase funds for, or you can tie them. You can go through the program that they're tied to. So if there's a program, for example, one of our programs in the city manager's office that I'm responsible for is the Office of Labor Standards. If I know that there's funds that pertain just to that program, I can go in and make a request through the program as opposed to just to a line item, which allows an alternative way for people to make their requests that may work better for them and may highlight our programs a bit better. Again, all of the requests are still grounded in those priorities and objectives, so they'll be they're weighed on how well the request is at supporting the programs that scored best according to those priorities and objectives. And we were also able to incorporate the carbon neutrality plan this year, which is something that we've heard a lot from y'all that you want us to focus on where we can. So we've asked for every budget request to justify how it works with the carbon neutrality plan, whether it's it furthers it in certain ways and to cite how it would do that. So next, I've got just a couple screenshots to show you how the tool works and what kind of information we get from it. On the first page, there's an area for person to enter a description, and then to request either personnel, non-personnel, and each of those 3 little boxes in the middle are a question that can be asked. They're screenshots, so we can't click into see the answers yes or no, or you can articulate whether this will increase service level, whether it will decrease service level, or just maintain it if costs have gone up, whether it's for new funding or if you want to reallocate funding from somewhere else, And then whether you're requesting these funds one time or recurring, those are pretty common items, but this is the first area where a person requesting funds will be able to do that. There's a lot of insights provided when you make a request through this tool. So it provides, and it's pretty small, so I'm sorry if you can't see it particularly well. There's a graph there kind of in the middle on the left-hand side that shows how your request is changing a certain account or a certain program. This example request increased non-personnel costs or would increase non-personnel costs. And then on the right, it shows you information about the program you're working with. So this is a quartile 3 program, meaning that it scored the 3rd lowest quartile for programs as adhering to those objectives and priorities. And then information about whether it's mandated, either by city ordinance or through the state. And then it has the ties to how it affects some of those priorities and objectives down below. So whether it's none, strong, some, extreme, that kind of works to show how well a request will advance those objectives and priorities that we try to focus on. So this is really kind of a good page for some of those insights. And then on the last page is the series of questions that anyone has to answer with their request that pertains to things like the carbon neutrality plan, which are those 3 questions kind of in the middle. We have other budgeting questions about whether funds can be reallocated or if they have to be new funds. Make sure that the proper channels have been gone through and everyone's in the loop that needs to be. And then there's an opportunity to explain what will happen if the request is denied, what detriment will come to the city if the request is not fulfilled. And then if it's a request for a quartile 4 program, so one of those ones that scored kind of lower, we wanted to look at those a bit closer. So give a bit more justification for why a program that scored lower needs more funds. And then always looking for other places that we can get funds. So if there's program revenue or outside funding available, that should be identified here as well. So this is kind of the step a person would go through if they're as they're submitting their budget request, and it shows you what kind of information is provided to the budget team so they can make their evaluations as to which of those requests should be funded, which ones will not be. And that's all I had on our new budgeter tool. Next one would be the revenue update, I believe. But if there's any questions for me before I hop off, hopefully my time could perhaps be used for someone else that may be needing that in the future.
Council members, any questions? Going once, going twice. All right. Chris, way to give us back 5 minutes.
All right. Yeah, happy to do so. I'm sure we'll have no problem using that up, though.
I'm pretty sure Rick can help with that.
Hey, Nicole, before we let Chris exit, I would like to note for everybody's interest that Chris ran the imaging this year and has done so for some time, many years, correct, Chris?
Yeah, I've done it 5 times, hopefully 6 later this fall, we'll see.
Yeah, the imaging, most of you know this, but it's a rather rigorous run that goes over a mountain pass into the Telluride community. And no easy thing. I think just surviving that run, frankly, is an incredible feat. So just wanted to put you on the spot there, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Greg.
That's good preparation for budget work, Chris, I think. All right. Rick, over to you. Oh,
Nicole,
I have a Councilmember Shimoni.
You paused long enough, City Manager. I'm going to think of something to add. I actually did have a couple of notes I wanted to just say. Chris, thank you. Really quick question. I was really glad to hear about the climate lens. I'm wondering how our other emergencies declarations might be able to act as filters moving forward. And I'm thinking about climate and I'm thinking about housing. And I'm also thinking about equity. So I just wanted to plant that seed. If you have a quick response, sure. But yeah.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Shimoni. So some of those other emergencies, we can certainly use those on a more subjective basis as the budget team is going through to evaluate requests. They also would be covered under those priorities and objectives. There's one for environmental stewardship, and there is one as well for livable communities, which would include housing. So those are areas under which the budget team can certainly ask follow-up questions into, and which are already covered under the priorities and objectives that we score programs based on.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for your comment in the chat as well. All right, Rick.
Looks like Shane had a comment.
Oh, Shane, go for it.
Hey, thanks. Just real quick, just to add to the response that Chris provided, and Chris, thanks a lot for your presentation. Of course, this tool, Mayor and members of the council, is really adaptable to our needs. I mean, this is what we've done thus far that will lead us through this budget process. But in future budget cycles, we can add to or take away from this list of questions. The carbon neutrality side of things, we largely view as staff as being a lens that really all of our budget requests can be filtered through. I think that's unique to some of the other issues that you brought up. Equity and housing are a little more specific and in their application, but from the sustainability side of it, we found that lens is something that really can apply to every single thing that we're really looking at. So that's why it found its way into this list of questions that our programs and departments and would have to answer as they provide a budget request to the budget team this cycle. But again, the point is that this is really adaptable to our needs as we go forward. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no others. Rick, take us away.
All right. And also I'll just add one more clarity as far as our priority-based budgeting program. Right now it is a focus on operations and the base budget and our annual operation costs. Our capital improvements and those programs are currently not something we've developed and figure out how to work into the PBB program, but a future may provide us that type of lens on capital projects. And so with that, we'll go on to revenue updates. Yes, I was going to take as many minutes as I can and maybe even take the whole break from you. Just kidding. Hopefully I can get through this pretty fast. But good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. I'm Rick Tatter, your Management Service Director and City Treasurer. As we go through revenue updates, there's still a lot of uncertainty that gives me pause when I'm doing these revenue estimates and talking about growth in our community. Things like inflation, supply chain, workforce, interest rates. There's many things that add caution still in our environment we currently have. So when I'm building estimates and doing projections, I want to make sure these are achievable based on known things that we have today and expectation for the long and short term. When we do revenue estimates and projections, we also continue to consider recession planning, understanding that recessions are a cyclical thing that happen, 5 to 7 years. So we build our estimates to build in that capacity. And, just as we were talking last April, there was still a lot of uncertainty, and our revenue projections and estimates were conservative, but definitely achievable. And you'll see how those numbers compare to where we are this coming year and in the out years. So the following slides, you'll definitely see some positive movement in our revenues. And I am going to turn off my camera for now as I'm running slides and notes and all that stuff. So here we have our first major revenue source is our general sales tax. This is the 1% sales tax for the city of Flagstaff. You'll see similar graphs where we have the revenues noted on the left-hand side. Down below, we have about 10 years of actual and estimates, as well as the 5-year budgets that we are putting together in our 5-year plans. The blue lines are actual posted revenues that we've had over the last several years. And then we start the orange line is the budget that council approved during the last budget season. This represents that orange line. And then you'll see the green line is where our projections stand today based on the estimate and projections we put together last month. When you see the green line above the orange line, that's always a positive thing, that we're exceeding what we had in budget in the prior year. And vice versa, if the orange is above the green, that is revenues may have slowed down, or we've found some other things that may have changed our projections. So here's our general fund sales tax. Here we are anticipating some pretty good growth. When we ended last fiscal year, we actually ended very strong that last quarter compared to what we were projecting in FY 2021. We had a growth of, what is that, 2 million or so in that year-end estimate. And that was a positive light that looks like it will continue through the out years. We continue to see some strong revenue numbers this year that'll maintain that level over what our previous projections were. Some of the things that we'll talk about are individual categories and their impacts on the next slide. But you can see we have a pretty strong growth between 2 and 3% built in through the out years of our general sales tax. And then out here is about that 5 to 7 year period that is potential for a recession. Not saying that I can predict that, but we're just planning the revenue streams may be lower out in fiscal year 2027. When we look at the revenues from a category basis, here you can see where we ended out for fiscal year 2021 by all the sales tax categories that we have for our general sales tax. And here we're comparing how growth is continuing in the current fiscal year in the current projections that we're providing. What I'd like to point out here, there are several categories that are seeing growth in our revenues. The highest ones represented is our retail sales tax. Continues to be strong. Multiple years, this one has been very strong. Our restaurants and bars have been strong, about almost $300 million stronger than the year prior. Our hotels, motels, short-term rentals, camping, and so forth have also seen great growth year over year, and we expect to see that continue. And then I think those were the main ones that we're, marketplace. We're continuing to see that the marketplace definitely outpaces what our projections were when we were allowed to start charging sales tax on sales outside of Arizona. So that's been a great add to our revenue resources. To note, growth is also in our retail category for another reason, which is the marijuana recreational sales tax. Just to give council an idea of that impact this year is during the first 6 months of this year, we've collected about $107,000 in sales tax on recreational marijuana. That's a retail sale, and that is a bit of this growth that we show under retail. Restaurant sales are currently up 13% over the pre-pandemic numbers that we had in fiscal year 2019. So achieving above and beyond 2019 numbers, as well as the hotels, motel short-term rentals. Those are currently about 18% over fiscal year 2019, which was pre-pandemic. Great kudos to, of course, our Discover Flagstaff team in these two categories. We'll see how that reflects in our BBB taxes in a couple of slides. But investment in tourism during a downturn is definitely valuable to maintain several revenue streams for our city of Flagstaff.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Greg's got a comment.
All right, let me just mention one more, and then we'll be done with sales tax here. The other one I want to point out is this amusement tax. You can see that has been the biggest growth. However, they've been one of the hardest hit industries, obviously, for live amusements and so forth, movie theaters. This one is still currently under fiscal year 2015 numbers. We had about 75,000 in 2015. So these have not rebounded. They were at about 106,000 before the pandemic. So those are the general fund sales tax. Go ahead, Greg.
Hey, thanks, Rick. This is actually a convenient time to ask of this before you go on. Could you back up to that graphic you showed on the general sales tax? Just because it's an opportunity now to look with some the benefit of hindsight as to what happened in 2018-19 with the recession. I remember a couple of years ago having a lot of discussion around this time as to, and a little bit later in the spring, as to what kind of recession we may be looking at. You know, was it going to be very protracted? Was it going to be a sharp V, sharp decline followed by an abrupt return? And I'd love to get your comments now that we're looking at actual numbers. It looks like, we spanned a couple of quarters in that recession, but it also looks like it was a pretty shallow recession, all things considered.
Yeah. So the recession actually occurred in fiscal year 20, which is the 22.2 million. We saw revenues declining the year before and had some caution leading into that year. The first 3 quarters of that fiscal year were very strong. And while we lost a lot of revenues in that last quarter, you could still see we were above prior year numbers. Leading out of that, we never expected revenues to rebound so quickly and be stronger. But I think a lot of that is due to factors such as federal policies and the way they've addressed this recession versus prior recessions. They really put an influx of cash flow into the communities, states, and so forth that I think really mitigated that impact that this recession could have had. It could have had a longer retracted recession, and we'll see what future recessions bring us.
Thanks, Rick. So did we have 2 quarters of recession from the numbers you've seen?
The actual recession period,
yes,
as determined by the federal government, was really only for 2 months in fiscal year 2020. So that would have been, I think it was April, May, or May, June was the determined recession period.
Great. Thank you for that.
Yep.
Mayor, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, I just wanted a little refresher on what the miscellaneous tax in the general fund encompasses.
This one is several tax category. It's just, they're so small, I just combine them together. It includes advertising, timber sales, transportation, and publishing, if I didn't say that one already.
Excellent.
Yeah, very minimal tax on those categories. Yeah. All right, state shared sales taxes. Here you can see those have been doing very well since 2020 when we had that recessionary period. Again, growth was trending very well, and now it is really exceeding what previous trend lines have had. They've exceeded our year-end estimates by about 700,000, providing us funding for this coming budget. And we do really expect those to be strong moving forward. We've heard from the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, JLBC, and the Finance Advisory Committee looking at their projections going out, and they are looking at strong growth, 4 to 4.7%. However, we project our growth more than 3%. I think that's a more achievable number going forward. One thing to add is, I think part of the contributing factor to this big growth here and going forward in the current fiscal year is two things: the marketplace revenues outside of Arizona sales and starting collecting that tax, as well as the recreational marijuana revenues. The sales tax portion are also included in these figures. So I think those gave us a good gain and help us continue these stronger revenues. One more thing that impacted these revenue projections going forward is that the census numbers were brought out last summer, fall, and as a percentage of the city's populations that the Flagstaff shares with other cities, and sharing these revenues, our percentage rate actually went up 1.296 to 1.341%, resulting in a higher share of the sales tax, about a $325,000 increase per year in that estimate. So that was a great gain for the city of Flagstaff. Of course, modeling a 3%, we still throw out that consideration of a recessionary period in out years. State shared income taxes. I really don't know what to tell you on this one. This will be an interesting year to see where these actually occur. There are so many paths that this revenue stream could be impacted due to legislative decisions. We all know that the state made some decisions late in the game to cut income taxes, and every time they mess with the income tax of the state, corporate and individual, that impacts our revenues. So there was a lot of movement on that at the end of the year. I'm not going to go into the details since then, but as part of the cut, they looked to increase the city's share to 18% to help level it off. But then this has been challenged, and a citizen petition was completed, and it is scheduled to go on the November 22 election as a referendum about the tax cut. However, that may be one road, but the other road is now in legislative session. We've seen several income tax bills dropped. Sarah Langley and Todd are definitely watching those. And those seem to be a repeal and replace type process that our legislature may go through, thus nullifying that election possibly in November. So that's one we'll definitely be watching over the coming months of which bills move forward and how those impact the city of Flagstaff. But at this time, one thing I can report out is that census also impacts our state shared income tax. So here we do see some growth related to this. We do see approximately 285,000 additional revenues because of our share increase in the coming years and going forward. I've reached out to the state to find out what the actual collections were for FY21, but I haven't gotten that number. So just to remind council, the state collects all the income tax for individuals and corporates in one fiscal year. So say they collected the taxes in fiscal year 21. Then they distribute those taxes 2 years later. So fiscal year 23 is when we'll see those revenues from the FY21 collection. On this chart, you can see this very erratic movement of our sales tax income. The reason being is that during the pandemic and the recession, there was decisions made to delay the filing of income tax returns. And so since the delay of income tax returns for FY20, which affect 22 revenues, You see that decline because those were filed the next fiscal year. So you'll see a steep increase because we have those returns plus the current years. Then we expect some normalizing out of those returns going forward. So that's the reason behind that type of movement. All right, state shared auto lieu. They did very well last year. Saw some good growth over time, but I am seeing that these are actually declining and slowing down in the current year. They're actually 4% below prior year, but I think they're still better than what we had in our revenue models the year prior, but doing pretty well and above our prior projections. Of course, we'll be looking at that recessionary period. These revenues come from a share of the auto registration fees that the state collects and distributes to cities.
Rick, Mayor DC,
Yes.
has a question?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. I'm just wondering if, talking with the auto dealerships, they are really struggling to get vehicles despite a very high demand for them. So do you see this drop really from supply chain as opposed to demand? And could we potentially be seeing a rebounding pretty quick once, our supply chain issues start to work themselves out again?
That's a good question. I haven't really done the analysis of what is causing the decline this year. That is definitely a good reason. It could be the supply chain, or it could have been that people had the revenues and the resources during this pandemic. Some people got inflows of funds that may have helped them. Markets have been good. That could have been reasons people invested in vehicles and higher registration. There's many factors that could contribute to that, but that's a good one to maybe spend some time on.
Well, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
you mean you haven't had enough work? You have to be able to do a supply and demand modeling for this? Jeez, Rick.
There's a lot of details. I do not have the time.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
You're welcome. Here we're looking at building permits. We've seen back-to-back great years of building permits, definitely a high workload for our community development team, and we definitely see the construction in our community even through the pandemic. This is a good spot to invest funds and keep growth going with capital projects and growth. So yeah, we did back-to-back 3 million plus. The current year is better than what we projected, and it could actually exceed that 2.2 million that I'm currently having in the model. But usually, what we see is these last 6 months is what really makes up the growth year over year. So we'll see in the coming months. We'll be watching these revenues. Because that's where we get the majority of those revenues. As summer starts to gear up, people start to think about construction and building. That's where we see permit revenue growth. One thing I just want to talk about is we look at this one as a baseline of about $2 million annually. And the reason for that is we don't want to over obligate ongoing revenues that may not be achievable in the future. Building permits has been one of those that you do see some movement up and down year over year. And when we were in a recession in 2008 or so, these revenues went from a 2.8 million down to less than a $1 million average per year. So those were drastically hit during that recession. This one is different. But we want to make sure that's achievable. And that's why we keep that lower number. Revenues above the line we use for one-time expenditures as we build our budgets going forward. Franchise fees is one that has been pretty flat over the last 15 years. Not a lot of growth here. Some of the reasons behind this could be related to our cable and our franchise and how people are streaming services. nowadays. It's just not growing as fast in that realm. We do see our electric franchise revenues going down a little bit year over year. That could be built in due to efficiencies and changing how people use power in our community. But overall, this should maintain a pretty flat going forward. Not achieving what we had in our budget last year. So this is the one category that I do feel I need to bring down those projections go forward and get a better grasp on those categories, which are franchise fees for cable, natural gas, telecom, and electric. Natural gas has an impact, depending on cold winters, as you are enjoying today, Mayor DC. The colder it is, the more natural gas used in our community. But we haven't seen the revenues. It's been a little bit warmer, I think, the last couple of years. Then our highway, now those were the general fund revenues. Now we're going to go over a couple of non-general funds. First is our highway user revenue fund. This is a gas tax that's paid at the pump and collected on a per gallon basis. And then it is collected by the state and distributed to cities, towns, and counties. I will note on this is updated since it was provided on Tuesday, because as I was writing my notes last night, I realized I had the wrong budget. The orange line was actually, I think, from the year prior. So still, we are seeing some positive information in this area. So one thing also to note with our positive growth is the recreational marijuana excise tax, which I think is a 16% excise tax that goes to the state, is distributed for several purposes. One is to highway user revenue in the state. So the state actually gets the excise tax from these collections and then distributes it through our allocations to cities and towns. So that's how we get our portion and our share of those excise taxes for highway revenue. In these projections and going forward, we do see that we've received about 137,000 in recreational marijuana excise tax collections in the first 6 months. So that definitely adds strength to our highway user revenue projections as we move forward. This is a revenue category that back, in the recession area, it really flattened because of that last quarter when the community was shut down. There was less movement in our community, delivering of goods and so forth. And we were concerned, and we saw numbers early on that thought, well, maybe this is going to last a couple of years for our tax and our gallons of sale. That wasn't the fact. We actually did improve in this area, and we do see growth going forward. So we are about 800,000 over our estimates, and we do expect that to continue over the year. This is one where we actually have a lower growth rate. Yes.
Rick, Mayor has a question.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I mean to cut you off. I was just wondering, you're mentioning the excise tax for the marijuana and then added on to the sales tax from the marijuana. Basically, in the last 6 months, we've received about $250,000. Is that correct? Between the two?
And more to come.
Yeah, so we can kind of estimate that it may be around $500,000 per year we're getting from retail marijuana sales in Flagstaff. Am I
Yes.
right on that?
It's more than that. I have a slide at the end. I did update the slide at the end talking about recreational marijuana excise tax. And I'll give you some more good news.
All right, sounds good. Sorry to interrupt.
Let me get to that slide. Yeah, but there's many components to that recreational marijuana. This growth rate, we do a lower growth rate, about 1.75% because the gas tax is really based on a per gallon basis. And as we bring in more fuel efficient vehicles, as we transfer into an electric type vehicle systems, we definitely don't expect these revenues to continue to grow in a 3% or 4% range. We really think these are a flatter growth percent of a revenue in our community. This one is our bed, board, and beverage fund taxes. This is the 2% sales tax collected above the general sales tax for our restaurants and bars, as well as our hotels, motels, short-term rentals, campgrounds, and so forth. These revenues are dedicated for several purposes and allocated based on the previous allocations to, and I didn't write these down, recreation, arts and science, tourism, economic development, and I just dropped one off.
Parks and Recreation.
All right, thank you. Here's one where we definitely had some concerns in a recessionary period. We talked about this a little early on the general fund sales tax revenues, but this one did have a big impact. That last quarter of 2020, we were doing very good the first 3 quarters. And then the shutdown of the community and so forth had a major impact. We definitely saw that, and it continued for the whole year, the following year, collecting about 8.3 million for 2 years below our prior estimates. Going into the budget session last year, we were still concerned that they may not rebound as much, but they did, which is positive. And even this year, the modeling of revenue estimates is seeing a huge rebound in revenues for fiscal year 2022. This is an area where, investing in tourism, advertising, marketing, the great work Discover Flagstaff does, helps mitigate how our revenues change versus maybe the state numbers. State numbers, I believe, were probably lower than what we occurred, and really helped us not only maintain a level year over year, but grow quickly when things opened up again. So this will again model to the 3% growth or so over the next several years. And then, of course, in that recessionary period, we're going to watch and see how these revenues are impacting the out years. But this is great news. When you see this trend line coming from prior years, we start to get right back into the levels we were pre-pandemic. So a great rebound in this area, and definitely resources available for those funds. And here is also another updated slide. I just didn't have the time to put information in prior to Tuesday. I wanted to talk about our transportation taxes. We'll talk about these a little bit later when we're talking about infrastructure and those types of things. But our transportation tax revenues, we have 4 categories: road repair, street safety, Route 66 to Butler Overpass, also referred as Lone Tree Overpass. Our transportation taxes, which is road expansion, bike and ped, and some other areas, multiple items in that transportation tax, as well as our transit tax, which we have an IGA with our Mountain Line to distribute to and deliver transit services in our community. So these all have their different tax rates, so they have a different revenue growth. But here you can see they have been doing very well over the last couple of years. They were not impacted like maybe our general fund sales tax revenues were, or the BB taxes for sure. And they've stayed strong over the last couple of years, and they continue to be strong. And they're kind of in the realm of general sales tax, but their growth this year is about 3.7 million that we project over budget that we had approved, and definitely over last year's actuals. Here you can see how they impact each one of these categories of sales taxes And these are definitely beneficial to deliver services that we want on these tax measures. So great news there as we move into the next budget cycle. The last one I also wanted to touch on as a group here, notes, is our marijuana, recreational marijuana, I should say, excise tax. As mentioned earlier, we talked about the general sales tax for the city of Flagstaff and its collections. We've talked about what's the highway user revenue fund gets distributed from the excise tax portion. This is the portion of excise tax that is distributed for public safety allocations. They do an allocations to cities and towns based on the number of employees in the the pension retirement systems for the city, for fire and police. They calculate it and they distribute it twice a year to the city of Flagstaff. Here I'm showing kind of what the collections we've had over the last couple of years, or the last two payments, I should say. In June, we received about 135,000, and that was right on pace with what my estimates were going forward. But in December, lo and behold, it was almost $200,000 in share in this revenue source. So this is an area that we are looking at for the coming fiscal year to have some resources. Just to remind council, we did obligate $272,000 in the current budget cycle for 3 firefighter EMTs and some equipment related to the alternate rescue model that we were working on. So we have dedicated some of these resources, and we have a projection about $400,000 annual going forward that we'll discuss during the budget retreat. So with that, that was my last item on revenue updates, and I am open for questions.
All right. Not seeing any hands, not seeing any C's or Q's in the chat.
And just note, I did finish early, right?
You did. Credit given. Councilmember Salas?
Thank you, Mr. Tatter. You are definitely the unbeatable guru of our finance and finding funds team. So I want to provide a space for a short discussion on how we collect short-term rentals, BBB task for short-term rentals. I believe we have about almost 900 short-term rentals within the city. And how do we collect? How do we track if each short-term rental through BRBO or Airbnb or other online travel agencies, if we are efficiently collecting BBB tasks from all these short-term rentals?
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. This area of sales tax collections, they are responsible for the general sales tax as well as the motel hotel sales tax, the extra 2% for B&B. If a agency is, or an individual or business is registered with a platform that provides short-term rental services, it is actually the responsibility of the platform, such as Airbnb, VRBO, and so forth, to collect and provide those sales taxes to the state. So from the aspect of those individuals running their short-term rentals through those services, we are very confident we're receiving those sales tax now in our revenues. The ones that kind of fly under the radar are those that don't use that type of a platform, maybe a Craigslist or some other things. But we have invested, last January, we started investing in a software that tracks our short-term rentals. This was our first year. We just finished our first year of monitoring and looking at the numbers. I was looking for the numbers of what we determined as short-term rentals in our communities. I don't have that in my pocket, but we require people doing short-term rentals. It's an ordinance that short-term rentals are to register on our platform and provide an emergency contact, as well as host these agreements in their place of business, their short-term rental. We have been trying to let them proactively register this year, and we're going to start putting some more efforts into assuring people are registering this coming year. We are in the process of hiring a position to assist us with that. As a position we've got approved prior to the pandemic, and we've been holding open for a little while. It is a business license. Well, it is a licensing specialist. And this licensing specialist we look to hire this position to look at who's registering or what's coming up on our software as short-term rentals, as well as go look at our TPT licenses, our transaction privilege tax licenses, to assure that they are, number one, registering, number two, they have a TPT license. That is a progress for this year. I expect us to do a lot of good work once we get that position filled this coming year. So that's kind of an update where we are with short-term rentals. Hopefully I answered all your questions there.
Thank you, Mr. Redhatter. So do we have a total number of taxes collected through the short-term rentals?
I do not have that number at my hip pocket, but I will see if my team can come up with that figure.
Thanks a bunch.
All right, you're welcome.
I'm kind of disappointed to hear that, Rick. I picture you with like the Batman utility belt of just calculators and data and folders everywhere.
I think my team is my Batman utility belt. Awesome team to work with.
Perhaps not as stylish though. We have Councilmember McCarthy has a question, and then Councilmember Aslan had asked, was the fire money allotted to 3 EMTs or 3 paramedics? To which
EMTs.
EMTs is the response. Okay, Councilmember McCarthy, over to you.
Well, thank you. Hey, Rick, I think we saw the advantage or the effects of the 2019 stimulus that the federal government put into our economy. But it seems that the other side of that same coin is that we're going to be seeing a lot more inflation this year and in the next few years. And, that could actually hurt us. So some good, some bad. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Inflation, I'm not an economic individual, but there's two sides to that. As the cost of products increase, that increases our sales tax. You think about it. If something costs more, we get more sales tax from those products. So, there could be some give and take from that. If it's an impact to people's ability to have less disposable income, that's where we see the impact of people possibly buying durable goods and things that are taxable. I have not had a chance to look at modeling or what economists are saying as far as the impact there, though. Definitely one of those concerns I talked about at the beginning, and something why I may not look at the state 4%, the 4.5%, 7% growth. I want to make sure we understand that better.
Yeah, we don't need to dwell on this, but the other side of the coin maybe is that our costs go up for the city to do the same amount of good work.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely seeing that in our construction projects and so forth. So definitely those transportation tax revenues are going to help those programs.
Well, thank you for the time for you and the council.
Yep.
Any other questions? All right. Okay, so that actually brings us to our first break. We're easing you into the day here. So the break is scheduled to go until 10 a.m., but I'm going to suggest that we shorten that since we're going a little bit earlier and we come back at 9:57. Sound good to everybody? All right, hearing no opposition. 9:57, go do your squats, get your coffee, warm up. I was whining about it being 38 here and only going up to 60. So Mayor, I will revoke every complaint I've made this morning. All right, 9:57.
Thank you. The good part is I don't actually am seeing my breath now at this point, an hour later. So we're good. Thank you, everyone.
Councilmember McCarthy, I think that's a excellent suggestion. Excellent suggestion. Also, the gift game is strong. I'm just curious, Greg, if that's what you're doing in our off time here. That's what I'm picturing in my head.
That's me doing squats.
Hold on.
I didn't go and do squats, but I went and made myself a mocha. God, that was that good. Woo!
Funny. Okay. All right. Heidi, are you ready to take us away with available resources and fixed costs?
I am ready. So good morning again. If it's all right with you, I'm going to leave my camera off as I present. I do have a high school student that's an online student who is up and going now, so I don't want to crash in the middle of my presentation. So with that, I am here to talk now about available resources and fixed costs as we are heading into the preparation of our fiscal year 22-23 budget. So the first slide that you will see before you is the available resources that we have currently identified for the general fund. So specifically, I will talk briefly about some one-time capacity that we have and some ongoing capacity as we're going into the beginning of this budgeting process. So as Rick mentioned, in fiscal year 2020-21, we saw some significant revenue growth over our projections that we had for the end of last fiscal year. As a result of that, that has given us approximately $5 million in one-time capacity to spend during our fiscal year 23 process. This amount of money has several different areas, as Rick mentioned, but approximately $2.6 million of this $5 million is related to the general sales tax growth that we did not expect over our year-end estimates. We also have about $600,000, as Rick mentioned, in state shared sales tax, $300,000 in the auto lieu shared tax, about $500,000 in building permit revenue, same with interest income, plus a variety of other variances. But at the end, the good news is we do have some one-time capacity as a result of that. Also, on the other side of that, for fiscal year 21, we saw a significant expenditure savings. The expenditure savings over our estimates at the end of 21 have resulted in about $3.5 million of one-time capacity for us during this budget process. Most, if you remember, of fiscal year 21, the city was in the significant stage of our economic recession plan. As a result, the staff and employees at the city did a great job of really looking at their expenditures in 21, only moving forward with necessary expenses and holding back from a lot of unnecessary spending that we did not do during the significant stage of the plan. As a result of that, we had a savings, like I said, of $3.5 million. Of that, we did have a significant number of vacancies during fiscal year 21 that many of them were held off from hiring, which resulted in about $2 million in savings of that $3.5 million. And then the balance of that, the other $1.5 million, was savings in contractuals and commodities. The next item that we are going to talk about is, as Rick mentioned as well, our 22 fiscal year revenue estimates are currently seeing some growth over our budget, resulting in an additional $2 million in savings that we can use for one-time spending in the fiscal year 23. And then finally, as Rick also mentioned, in 22 to 23, we have some revenue projection growth of approximately $3 million. This is ongoing growth, which is great news to the general fund. This is made up primarily of three areas, which Rick already mentioned, and I'll just briefly talk about again. We have an increase with our percentage of state shared revenues, $1 million related to growth in state shared sales tax, which is above the census growth, and then about $1 million for general city sales tax. So the summation of those three main categories is where we're coming up with our $3 million of ongoing capacity. So moving right in with what we have about $10.5 million in one-time capacity and $3 million in ongoing capacity for the general fund. And then I just want to mention that as an option, we do have primary property tax. At this time, we have a 6% increase that is allowable. Over the last 2 years, the city has opted to not allow the 2% annual increase in primary property tax levy, which then rolls to the next year and gives us the capacity in future years if we so make the choice to do that. So like I mentioned, this year we have 6% allowable levy, which could be up to $420,000 of ongoing revenue. And just as a note, each 2% increase is about $140,000 in revenues. So that is what we have for the general fund. And just to note before moving on to the next slide is at this time, at the time that this presentation was put together, finance was not completely finished with completing 5-year plans throughout the city. So we have nearly 30 different 5-year plans that we complete based on all the colors of money. And at the time this presentation was complete, and we weren't quite finished with those. So we did share today the general fund, but we are working with all of the divisions to give them updates on what their capacity is for the fiscal year 23 budget. So moving on to the next slide, I just want to quickly talk about pension contribution rates. I think this slide says it all. It's amazing that in fiscal year 23, we are seeing obviously once again some declines in the pension contribution rates. So this is exciting with all the work we've done on the PSPRS, paying down our pension liability last fiscal year, which is definitely contributing to increased capacity in the general fund in the years to come. So slight decrease in fiscal year 23 has been shared by ASRS. So the new contribution rate will be about 12%. PSPRS for PD and fire, all tiers are expected to slightly decrease in the next year. And these rates are off of our actual first official actuarial report that we have received since the pension liability has been paid down. So exciting news there. And then the EOR plan is expected to stay flat. Next slide. So then just to show you in the costs of those plans related to the rates, we are expecting to see some moderate declines in the costs of the plans based on the reductions in rates. So that is the slide you see before you. So once again, the slide says it all. We see a nice decrease there in our PSPRS. All right. So moving on to my next slide. Once again, I am focusing on general fund for these next couple slides. And these are fixed costs that we have in the general fund. So just wanting to remind council of some of the significant items that we face each year when we are planning that highly impact the general fund. So the first item I just want to talk about, super exciting news, is the merit increase of 3% is funded already at a cost of approximately $1.6 million. If you recall, last year we shared with council that we were building in the merit for 5 years, which we were successful in doing, and we have continued to add 1 more year of the merit increase into the general fund plan. So that is exciting. The next item is minimum wage. Currently, and we will talk a little bit more about this later when we're talking about employees, but currently we're at $15.50 an hour for minimum wage. Going into next year, it could be $15.50 to who knows. Starting next fiscal year is when the city has to adjust minimum wage based on CPI. And as I think we've already heard this morning, we think that is increasing, and we really don't know where it's going to end for the year. So we've kind of put in a range. The cost for minimum wage increases in fiscal year 23 at this time, based on the best knowledge we have, we think could range anywhere from $49,000 to $289,000 for the city. So more to come on that as we get better projections on CPI, and next fall is when we will really see the impact of that. This next line is the exciting line I wanted to share. The whole time I've worked at the city, we've seen millions of dollars of increase in pension costs every year. And this year we are actually seeing a decrease of $355,000. So that is exciting, which nearly offsets the increased health and dental insurance for the city share that we are expecting next year. So that is exciting news as well. And then the last 2 items, the liability and property insurance, as well as workers' compensation. We do not have those new rates at this time, but just wanted to remind council that those are areas that we have continued fixed cost annually and expect maybe to see increases. All right. And then the last slide that I want to share this morning are just a few other considerations to think about as we're doing the fiscal year 22-23 budget. The budget team this year, when setting the expectations with staff about what we were hoping to accomplish during this budget cycle, is the first item is moving annual one-time requests to ongoing. The budget team committed to trying to move 25% of those requests from a one-time approval into the ongoing approval. The cost of doing so is about $700,000 to the total amount that we currently have budgeted for one-time expenditures that really should be in the ongoing category is $2.8 million. So budget team is hoping to move those. Those are just annual operating costs. For example, software maintenance. We have many software maintenance contracts in the city that are funded on an annual basis with one-time money that we all know should be ongoing. So we're trying this year to make a good step to moving those just normal operating costs into an ongoing capacity. The next item is remembering the state assessment for minimum wage. Our current year assessment was 1.1 million. Obviously, with increases to minimum wage, we would expect an increase to that assessment. At the time of this meeting today, we all know this is still in litigation, and I do not have any further updates at this time. other than an expectation that this number would go up. The next item is the state assessment for the firefighter cancer fund. This is new legislation that changed last year, and we are currently working with risk management to better understand the ongoing financial impact to the city and how this may complement our current insurance policies. This assessment is charged to cities based on population. And then I know we've heard a lot from Sarah and her team about, Sarah Langley, about state legislative changes. We know there's a lot of bills being proposed and we just don't know the impact. So we have to think about that and consider that as we are going through the budget process. And then the last piece I want to just talk about is currently we have received many new personnel requests in the budget process. So in the general fund alone, we've received 18 full-time equivalent requests for new positions, as well as 6 ad pays. Those are at an estimated cost of $2 million. We've also received 12.96 full-time equivalent requests in the summation of all of our other funds. And then reclassification requests in all the funds is coming in at about $266,000. So those items on this slide are currently not in the budget, other than we do have a little bit of a set aside for some of the state assessment, but just things that to consider what budget team is looking at and what we've received already during the budget process. So at this time, that's the last slide I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions if we have any.
Mayor, I see you. Go for it.
Yeah, a few questions here. I know for the first few years with the pension that we're needing to build up a contingency fund. At what point are we expecting that cost savings is going to start, being an even more substantial amount?
Maybe Rick, I know I was going to say, maybe Rick can help me on this one. I think it's 5 years, but I don't want to misspeak.
So we are reserving the first 5 years of savings in the general fund. I think we're in the second year. Next year will be the third. It was just under $2 million per year. And we use the years after that to assure the merits can be an ongoing resource. So we have one-time money set aside for the next couple of years, but then that capacity, because of that financing and taking care of that mountain of future payments, goes to assure our merits in the long run. That was what we did for that savings of debt payments versus annual payments. In addition, we do have a contingency reserve fund of about 14 million to mitigate impacts of the pension plan. If they change actuarial assumptions, if they have a bad year in the market, we have funding to keep us at that 100% funded ratio. And that'll be reserved until we change an ordinance or all those liabilities are paid off.
Excellent. Over 100% funded. Though.
Yes, we are
Correct you
currently
there.
at 100. We're at 106% funded right now.
Awesome. The other question I had is the state assessment for minimum wage. How much have we set aside? I mean, we planned for this last year and it didn't come about. Do we already have that? So that way it's, the first year, if it does happen, we have that set aside already from years prior, or because we have the 1.1 mil, but just wondering how much was already set aside from last year for that purpose.
I will look it up, but I believe we have 1.2 million for this year's assessment, but it may be higher. I will find that number for you.
Okay.
Unless
Excellent.
Heidi, you have that quicker.
I don't have that off, but I was going to say 1.2, so I bet you're pretty close. But I don't have that right in front of me at the moment.
1.3 million. There, I found it.
See, you do have your utility belt. All right,
Fast.
thank you.
My mouse is really fast.
Any other questions? All right. If anybody, oh, go ahead, Heidi.
I was just going to say thank you.
All right. Well, if anybody's feeling better after that section, it is in part because of some of the news, but also because celebrating wins like that, like, hey, this is funded and, you know, here's where we're at, that actually releases a little hit of dopamine in your body. It's going to actually make you feel better and lower stress levels. So again, just kind of paying attention as we kind of ebb and flow through the day, take advantage of some of those to really help us kind of stay on track and in the right mindset. All right, so next up we have the Dream crew coming up with Greg, Jeannie, Brandy, and I'm not sure who our EAC rep is. So sorry for not having that name handy, but I know Greg will get you introduced. We're going to talk about investing in employees and how important that is and what we're doing for that. Greg.
Thank you. We do have a team approach on this, and forgive me, I know we've been strategizing, but who's kicking this off?
I was going to kick it off, Greg.
Good, Brandy. Everybody, this is Brandy. Go for it.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Brandy Suda, serving as the city's interim Human Resource and Risk Management Director. So the next part of our presentation is going to be a small group presentation, starting off with Greg and Jeannie talking about recruitment, retention challenges, successes, and strategies going forward, followed with Heidi Hansen, and how her and her amazing team are assisting with recruitment. And then Jeannie and I will then be presenting on benefit updates, compensation recommendations, followed by Jared Witasek as the EAC co-chair, providing EAC benefits and compensation recommendations for the fiscal year 2023 budget. So Rick, if you'll slide to the next one more, and I will turn it over to Jeannie and Greg. Thank you.
Great. We have Jeannie with us. Jeannie Gallagher has been serving as a consultant for us and will continue to do so as she is now enjoying her retirement in some fashion in Florida, but you know, we're taking a good deal of her time. Jeannie, I'll let you get this started. I'm going to invite you to try to use the word actuarial somewhere in your presentation. If you're able to pull that off, I think we would all enjoy it. Thanks.
All right. Well, good day, Mayor and Council. Jeannie Gallagher. I am going to be hard pressed to use the term actuarial without that utility belt, but I am going to do my best. So we wanted to just kick this off with, I guess, setting some framework for our commitment to the prioritization of our employees and really the realities that we face economically across the country, but specifically here in Flagstaff. So I really appreciate Heidi's little dose of dopamine. Because we have some rather startling numbers here that we want to share. The Great Resignation continues. The City of Flagstaff's calendar year turnover for 2021 was almost 25%. Council, this does not include temporary employees. We feel it, we know it. It's not different than what our competitors and other types of organizations are experiencing, but it is painful nonetheless. In addition, the City of Flagstaff Cost of Living Index is now 114.9 as of the latest published report. It continues to inch up. For granted, the entire country is experiencing hyperinflation. But our cost of living index continues to outpace virtually anywhere in Arizona right now, including the metro area. We were much closer to them in our total index a couple of years ago, but we are outpacing them now. They are still hovering at around 111% in the metro. So we are edging above that. Much of that driven doesn't need to be said, but I will, about Flagstaff's housing shortage and our cost of living for housing here in Flagstaff. Our police officer and dispatch recruitment and retention, again, a national concern, but it doesn't feel any better to know that we're in the same boat with a lot of others. We would like to be not in that boat, but we are, and those struggles definitely continue. Where else are we struggling? Well, besides everywhere, division directors. My position is vacant. We know that our city engineer, our beloved Rick Barrett, has announced his retirement this year. We now have a deputy city manager position that is vacant. And we, of course, have an interim in our water services director. So those struggles are very real. Positions requiring commercial driver's licenses. Not going to get into it about the truckers, but frankly, if you have a CDL, there's a lot of opportunity out there, and there's a lot of opportunity for self-employment and not be necessarily attached to an employer. And then frankly, everything entry level, and by saying entry level, I am talking about everything up to, $20 an hour, folks. Because that's what the competition is scrabbling for out there to try to fill all of these entry-level positions. And so we are competing with every other entity out there for workers in those levels of positions, and that encompasses dozens and dozens of our positions. To finish up just a little bit of data, our total vacancies as of when I collected this data a day or two ago were 130. That does include our temporary vacancies, but that is a high demand to our recruitment team. Our recruitment team, folks, hired 290 employees in fiscal year 21. That's inclusive of regular and temp. Whether it looks like a bright spot or not, our average length to fill is actually 66 days. That seems like a really long time. However, based on NeoGov, we're outpacing a lot of our competitors. So kudos to our recruitment team and our hiring managers. We're putting our best foot out there, and our statistics are looking better than some others. Greg, anything to add on this before we move to that next slide?
Why don't you go ahead and go to the next slide? I'll probably add in a little bit there, but yeah, and thanks for that summary, Jeannie.
You bet. Well,
and Jeannie, just before you go on, Mayor DC just asked in the chat, we still have the 60-day policy before hire, right?
We have the 60-day sweep in the general fund.
Excellent. Thank you. Just wanted to point that out. 66 days, that's only 6 days after the earliest we could hire. So fine work on that front, team.
They're phenomenal. So successes and strategies, we want a little dopamine of our own. We are doing our best to ramp up recognition and employee engagement. Champions is just really working hard to work on involved activities. Clearly COVID, with everyone not being in the workplace or able to have get-together parties and things like that is a challenge, but they're doing their best. We did just grant a 1 week bank of public health emergency leave for all staff. This is in response to the ongoing absences that staff are finding necessary due to a myriad of issues around COVID. Some have depleted their banks, others have not, but this is an opportunity for them to not need to dig in possibly to their own vacation and leave time that they need for work-life balance to manage some of the COVID-related absences. Compensation plan with the commitment to merit and Tatter's assurance there on funding is a huge ongoing win. We've put some temporary life support, I would call it. I wouldn't call it a Band-Aid. I would definitely call it life support in dispatch with temporary increases in wages, increases to their overtime rates, bonuses for radio sign off. We are making headway. We do still have 5 vacancies. We have a number of people in training, but it's looking better. And they can only handle so many people in training. So we're doing our best to hold on to those great hires that they're making. We improved our police officer sign-ons and employee referral bonuses. We've got several individuals in acting or interim promotion to cover vacancies, and they're doing a yeoman's job in addition to their work. I think Greg will probably speak a little bit more to this. We are looking for some external recruitment support for some of those director and city manager office level positions that we're competing. We're just competing with everyone out there to fill those. Additional resources for the recruitment team, and you're going to see some amazing support that's being provided by our economic vitality group in marketing the city as a great place to live and work.
Thanks, Jeannie. I will add to a couple of your comments. This was a very good and an important discussion, and while there's a bit of a dose of reality here, is kind of following up on Rick Tatter's, discussion about revenues and everything, all the positive things that are happening. This is one thing that kind of brings us a little bit in a different direction as we're talking about the health of our organization and where we are. There's been so many accomplishments over time, and Jeannie's been at the helm of some of those, and getting the comp plan implemented. Getting through COVID in the way, and that's of course a work in progress. The remote working, the emergency leave pay that has been instituted and reinstituted recently. All of these things are quite positive. Oh, and the premium pay that Jeannie alluded to with our dispatch and sworn officers, absolutely critical. But as hard as we're trying, we're just seeing little progress, baby steps. And I cringe at the thought of the condition we would be in if we had not taken some of the measures that we have. I do feel we're probably in as good of a place as we could be, because this is a phenomena that frankly is occurring throughout the country. Flagstaff is no exception. With respect then to premium pay, I will note budget team has had a lot of discussion on this. The council has weighed in on it. We are grateful for council's direction. We've implemented that premium pay. It brings us to the end of this fiscal year, which is June 30th. We will continue to report on that because that is a one-time thing, but we're not out of the woods. We just bought some time on that. So stay tuned as we continue to have that discussion. As Jeannie mentioned, we are seeing some progress, especially with dispatch, and that's a sigh of relief. But they are still greatly under-resourced, as are many of our divisions. Throughout the organization, it's a general statement to make. We are understaffed, not because of budgetary constraints and other things, because we are having a hard time finding employees. On that topic, it's specific to the division director vacancies. We have been having communications with potential professional recruiters. Patrick Brown, thank you so much, Patrick, for your help. Patrick and I and others have been busy reaching out. I want to share with you, we're having some difficulty landing a recruiter, just like we're having difficulty recruiting employees. I guess suffice it to say the recruiters are very busy for the exact same reason that we're looking. We will go out with a formal procurement process to bring on a recruitment service that will likely help the city for the next 5 years or so. We need to go through that process, and we think we don't think we would like to utilize professional recruitment on these division head positions, division director positions, certainly the soon to be vacant deputy city manager position. We need to cast a wide net. We need to go pro on this and stay competitive. It's a process that takes time and money, but it's an investment that we cannot ignore. So stay tuned on that. The one recruiter we had lined up as of 6 o'clock this morning, we learned needed to back out. So we're on to plan B. Immediately got on the horn with the recruiter out of California that we have used to see if there's interest there. And I'm thankful for Patrick and his assistance on this. Now shifting gears to what we've been doing internally.
Hey, Greg.
Yeah, please.
We've got Mayor DC has his hand raised.
Oh,
And we also have a comment over in the chat.
great. Mayor goes first. Yes.
Thank you. I'm just wondering what the comparison for the vacancies and turnaround is compared to a typical year or 2 years ago. I mean, we always have vacancies, and I know this is a serious problem for us. I'm just kind of curious, what can we expect if we get back to a more normal time?
Yeah, very good question, Mayor. Thank you. Jen Caputo or somebody in HR who's familiar with this, can you jump in and attempt a response to that?
Hi, Greg. Thank you, Mayor, for that question. This is Jeannie. I will put our annual turnover for the last 3 years or so into the chat for everyone to see. As far as average length to fill, we've not had NeoGov for an extended period of time, so I don't know if those were calculated manually, but I can definitely give you that turnover rates into the chat.
Thank you. And also the average number of vacancies, total vacancies as well, if you have that data. So I appreciate it.
Thank you for the question. Looks like also the Vice Mayor has a comment, and then Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. And I know that all of Team Flagstaff shares this ethic, but I just want to keep this point top of mind when we're recruiting, to be looking for recruiters with a proven track record of diversity in hiring.
Absolutely. Great comment, and thank you for making it. Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
First off, I just want to thank the team for tackling this problem, and you're doing a great job, and I feel for what's going on. So keep up the good work. Don't lose faith that we'll get this all sorted out. My question is for Jeannie. For those watching who may be looking for a job, what is the best way for them to see all of our positions open and throw in an application?
Thank you for that question. So they can go to the city's website. They will find a link to our careers page. It is an online application process, does not require any type of visit to City Hall. And what's really cool, now that we have an online platform instead of a paper platform, is an applicant can apply for multiple positions for which they're qualified for at the same time. Once they put their application in, they can go in and update it if they have new information to add, new skills, new qualifications. They can link it to another vacancy that becomes available once they've applied. And even cooler, they can set up a watch list. So the system will notify them if something that's a specific area of interest to them comes available, so that they can take a look at it and attach their application to it if they're interested.
Okay. I hope that there are some out there watching who can follow all of that and get your get your thoughts to the city and apply for some jobs. And thank you, Jeannie, for all of your hard work.
Well, you're welcome. And by the way, if they need help in any way, I know that our library staff, because we have the available community computers there, are very good at helping individuals find what they're looking for and get onto the city to apply. And they can absolutely contact HR. We are open in City Hall during open hours, and we are more than happy to help them in any way that we can.
Thank you. Thank you for all of the info.
You bet.
Nicole, you're muted.
Dang it. That's -1 for me today. I was the first one. All right, we got a couple in the chat, Councilmember Shimoni and then Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Nicole, and hi, Jeannie. So good to have you with us, and appreciate your ongoing support for Team Flag through these challenging times. And City Manager, of course, same to you and all those on our team. Quick question, two questions and comments. I guess I'm wondering with the outreach in regards to the jobs available at the city. I did see an email, I think a week ago, that said like this is like we were looking internally first before we made it public. It just made me think about, you know, that public effort. And I know that we post to social media at times with our vacancies, but I do wonder, you know, if we're reaching the greater population with our vacancies and promoting working for Team Flag to the best of our ability. I think, Greg, you had mentioned that you're going to be working on some videos, and I am stoked about that. It's very exciting for recruiting. I do wonder if we should be also looking to do multilingual, really focusing on diversity, because we have such a great community, and it is an honor and a great experience to work for Team Flag. And so I just wanted to make that point, and I know you're already thinking about those things as well. And then secondly, I'm going to circle back to something that I would bring up like a broken record my freshman year on council. As I'm winding down my term here, I might as well bookend it and bring up the value of apprenticeship and interns. I think all of you on the call will recall how I kept bringing that up again and again and again, and I haven't forgotten about it. I just backed off a little bit because of how much work that takes. But creating that true pipeline to working for the city, I think bigger picture will help us be more resilient, City Manager. And I know we have a lot of emergencies right now to fulfill as a top priority, but just wanted to plant that seed again and support the idea of working towards that greater pipeline. Don't know if that's this year or in years to come. I'm gonna guess it's not this year given how challenging things are right now, but just wanted to express that importance, in my opinion, regarding that getting the youth involved from a young age, because I think that would really result with a lot of success. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Salas, then Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you. Yeah, before I ask my question, I just want to thank Councilmember Shimones for his comment. But please differentiate apprenticeship from internship, because apprenticeship is specific to trades and industry, like, you know, like construction related or industry specific, healthcare related, engineering related. So, and there are different levels of apprenticeship where, for example, the apprenticeship training center that I'm helping to establish in Flagstaff is specific to pipe trades. So it covers pipe trades, welders, HVACRs, and pipe fitters. So different, there's apprenticeship is totally different from internship. I do want to ask our esteemed city manager and HR consultant par excellence, could you give us a brief overview on employee retention and succession planning and leadership cultivation strategy, so we could keep our stellar Team Flagstaff members?
Does somebody want to tell me to unmute?
Go ahead, Greg.
That was a fake. I'm really not muted. That was totally fake, and it didn't work.
I'm
All
still
right.
taking points away from you.
Yeah, right. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Salas. Retention is likewise an issue for us, probably not at the level of the recruitment challenges that we're having. And you know, the good news to report is we're of course seeing some retirements after some very wonderful tenure with the city. Rick Barrett comes to mind there, but many others as well. And that's just part of the ongoing business that we deal with, you know, with an organization our size. We have, but specifically on retention, and I think more in the realm of public safety and police in particular, we have lost employees because other employers are throwing more compensation on the table. We have seen some loss of our patrol officers going up to the state where there's compensation, frankly, that we cannot compete with. I don't want to overgeneralize that and say it's an issue throughout the organization. I think that one's a little bit more specific to certain components of the organization. But in a time when recruitment is challenging, it's a necessary outcome that competition is high among the employers, and that is indeed the case. So we are focusing on that, trying to do multiple things at the same time, keep our employees retained through important things like compensation, recognition, you know, just doing what we can to let our employees know just how much we value them. And then also in the realm of recruitment, we're being creative, and you're about to get a little snippet of that after we hear from Councilmember McCarthy. So it's retention is an issue, but I don't think it's of the same level as recruitment at the moment. I hope that helps answer your question.
Greg, I might just add, and thank you, Councilmember Salas. I might just add to what Greg had said with respect to leadership development, with respect to succession planning. Clearly, those are efforts that take resources and mostly time, not as much money as time. However, we're continuing to work toward those. We did implement our NeoGov Learn platform this year, which does offer an access to over 10,000 courses that can be self-directed for employees to participate in. But I think another just exciting, although it's a small step, is that the human resources team combo between Brandy and myself and Alan Kay, our HR manager, have just recently proposed that going into this next fiscal year, we add a component to our annual performance evaluation process. This will not be a rated, it will not contribute to the employee's rating, but it will be a professional development section to ensure that that conversation is held. What does the employee aspire to do? And we're looking to roll this out by making it a requirement for everyone that's in a supervisory or above level, that their supervisor has that conversation with them, hopefully more than once a year, but definitely at their evaluation time. And it's not about goals. I want to make sure that we finish that bridge this year. This is about their professional development. And what we can possibly do to pave the way towards those goals by understanding what they are. Because if we don't have the conversation, then we're likely not facilitating it. And maybe more importantly, I believe that it sends a message to the employee. We care about you. We want you to stay in the city of Flagstaff. We want you to spend your career here. What does that look like for you? So that I think is a really exciting aspect coming forward in our next iteration of the Perform system. So thanks.
All right. Council Member McCarthy. Councilmember, you're on mute. Sorry to have started the trend, but welcome to the club.
You know, I thought of doing that as a joke, and I decided, no, that'd be inappropriate. Then I did it by accident. Anyway, I have a couple comments and a question. And a lot of this, my first couple comments really back up some things that Jeannie just said, what Mr. Shimoni, Ms. Salas had to say about diversity, first of all. And I just want to say, I think one area that diversity, where we should make a double effort, would be in the police department. I think getting some diversity in the police department would be extremely important for many, many reasons. The next thing I'll talk about is hiring from within. I think that's something that is good for the morale of those that get the promotion, and also the other people in the organization that go, wow, there's a future here. And a couple that come to mind, and obviously it's not council's business to get into recruitment of staff, but two that really do come to mind are the water division director and the public works director. I would hope that the staff would consider keeping the people that are in those positions now as permanent, because I mean, those are just two examples of excellent people that if they're really good enough, why do we need to go out and recruit? Anyway, I'll leave that up to you, Greg, but just planting a seed. And then I do have a question. What is our policy, considering that marijuana is now legal for recreational uses? Of course, we don't want people on staff using marijuana while on duty, but if people use marijuana recreationally on their own time, do we have a policy about, are we willing to hire people like that? Or is that, even though it's illegal, like we're not going there? So Jeannie or someone else, could you answer that? And that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. I will jump in, and I think both Kevin as well as perhaps Maria Robinson are on as well. Human Resources, Risk Management, and Legal have been working on our drug and alcohol policies. And candidly, outside of those positions where marijuana use is strictly prohibited for CDL drivers, of course, that's a federal mandate. But one of the policy questions that we will be bringing forward is, should we be testing for marijuana outside of a reasonable suspicion event at work, where of course we test for everything, right? That's would be our standard. The policy absolutely strictly states that employees are not allowed to be impaired at work, period. But a policy question coming forward will be, would we routinely test upon hire, et cetera, or only upon a reasonable suspicion?
Okay, so that'll be addressed in the next few months. And the only reason I bring it up is someone came to me and asked me what the city policy was, and I didn't know. So it sounds like we don't have a policy, but we're going to be working on it very shortly. Thank you.
You're welcome. And it is very close to being ready to come forward. So it will be in short order.
And council will know when that happens. You'll let us know.
It will come before you.
Thank you.
You bet.
All right, Mayor, and then Councilmember Shimoni.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm wondering about, there's a lot of positions out there that don't support visas. And I'm just wondering, as an institution, do we support visas to be able to look at more international individuals who may be wanting to potentially work for the city? Nationally, let's expand our horizons. That's happening in hospitals all over, et cetera. So I'm just curious about the policy regarding whether we support the visa permits.
I am not aware that we have a particular position on it either way. It, as you know, I imagine can be a very, very lengthy endeavor. In addition, there are key industry positions where the likelihood of being approved for a visa applicant are more likely. You do have to demonstrate that there's a profound lack of available resources in the country in order to obtain those. So they're very difficult for anything outside of very specific technical engineering and computer types of positions. But I'll definitely add that to Brandy and I's list for further exploration.
Great, thank you. Because it's a national issue with the labor shortage, as we all know, and well, at all levels, federal, et cetera. I think that we really need to expand the horizons in that regard. So I appreciate you taking a look into it. Thanks.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Nicole. Really quick. So knowing that I believe there's a majority of council who is interested in seeing diversity and the employee workforce really representing the community that we represent here in Flagstaff, I do wonder, City Manager, how this council can help you and Jeannie and our team to ensure that more challenging task of hiring a reflective population can be succeeded or successful. And I guess, my mind, and I'm not an expert here, so Jeannie and the city manager and others, I'm really curious to hear what your thoughts are, but maybe bringing in an outside consultant that can help look at our hiring practices, our policies, obviously with the recruitment video, making sure that, people of color are highlighted, and just that we're really making strides, because I know this is a challenging task. But yet, given our struggles today, I see this as such an opportunity and a time of opportunity. So I'm just wondering, City Manager and Jeannie, if there's something this council can do, maybe through the budget process, and maybe allocating funds to help bringing in another support member. Although City Manager, I hear your comments about, struggles with even recruitment support agencies, but any thoughts about that? Is that a good idea, do you think, or what are your thoughts?
Well, I don't have strong thoughts about bringing in an outside consultant to review our approach and our policies. I'm very inclined to think that the problem is not with our policies, and may not be with our recruitment practices. I think right now, we're at the other end of the spectrum. We're having a hard time with recruitment across the board, and we would welcome qualified candidates as we always would of any ethnicity or age, gender, what have you. We are casting a wide net. The problem right now is lack of interest across the board. I think to the point of placing more emphasis on diversity, which is of course what we want to do, that probably is something we should do along the way, but it's probably something that becomes more of a goal that we can effectuate when recruitment starts improving. In other words, when we start seeing healthy interest, elevated interest in our positions. Right now, we're just trying to generate that interest from all sources. So those are my initial comments. We hear from council loud and clear that there's an emphasis upon diversity, and we're doing what we can. But right now, our challenges are everywhere with all demographics. We are just not seeing the recruitment interest that we'd like to see.
And thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Greg, if I could also add, NeoGov is actually a fabulous tool for us in this regard. As a vendor, they have huge amounts of support on diversity and inclusion recruitment strategies, resources. etc. A relatively new enhancement to their system is that we're actually able to run filters, if you will, on our applicant pools for our positions to see what type of diversity we're attracting into a position. One of the forever and always downsides to our ability in that regard is, I think, a positive and a negative in that candidates are not required to provide any of that information to us during their application process. We obviously don't see them all the way up until we interview them. And so running those filters is only as good as the data that is provided. And traditionally, about 30% of candidates will provide that up front, and the rest don't. So your data is only as good as it's available. And but again, I think our vendor has a lot of resources for us to take advantage of, and we understand this as an emphasis and a priority.
And one last quick follow-up, really quick, and I appreciate both of your comments. You know, in thinking about our employee workforce at the city, I can imagine a slide that shows a pie chart with the different diversities of our community and our, you know, the population we represent, and then a pie chart showing the diversity of our employees, and making it our goal to stride towards that, you know, equivalence. Not just at, you know, lower levels of employment, but all levels and higher levels. City Manager, I hear you loud and clear, and Jeannie, you too, and I appreciate that. And I guess my only closing comment would just be in generating that pool of support for, you know, applicants and energy to want to work for the city. Maybe we take some extra strides to ensure that we focus in on populations that are underrepresented. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the comments and the discussion. And there have been some hirings in recent times where we've had successes bringing in diversity. Not ready to pull the pie chart out just yet, but I think over time that becomes very important information. But I will anecdotally tell you that I think we've had some successes of late. So stay tuned on that. Well, if I may, it's been a very good discussion, but if I may keep us moving forward, talking about internal strategies, I'm going to hand this one off to Heidi Hansen, whose team has been busy. We've been putting our resources together on multiple fronts to try to further this cause. And Heidi, why don't you share with us all what your team's been able to do?
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. I'm happy to be here today and happy to share what we're doing to help create a campaign for recruitment for the city of Flagstaff that really sets us apart from others. This is just going to be a little bit of a taste for you today, since there's a lot of other things to discuss, but I think it will excite you. Just want to let you know, your city manager is listening and working very hard, very much worried about getting things filled, and asked me to put our team together to create this campaign. I originally worked with a team of 5, Trace Ward, Lori Pappas, Barney Helmick, and Ralph Schmidt from the Economic Vitality Division to do the beginning stages of this campaign. And now I'm working with a mighty team, a committee of 14, and I can't list all the names, but I will tell you they're from different parts of the divisions. They're people from recruitment and HR, and they are a very helpful team. And so I'm very excited to be working with them ongoing. What you're seeing before you is what we're going to be doing to create an inward and an outward campaign. When I talk about inward, I'm saying how we want to reach people that actually live in Flagstaff that already know about our environment. And then the outward is how we want to get people to understand that coming to a job at the city of Flagstaff is not just about the position, but the livelihood that you will have by being here. So as you see to the left, the first ad that you see says, "We love Flagstaff, you love Flagstaff." This is basically what I would talk about as an inward marketing strategy. So it's basically someone that we will serve an ad to either digitally or in print or on social that actually probably lives here and they already know about us. So we're basically saying, hey, getting their attention. This is what we love. And then what we do is we're basically showing them out, enjoying the environment. And then we're talking about some assets. So the assets that we want to talk about are things like that we have state retirement, believe it or not. A lot of people don't get that in another job. We also want to talk about that we have 11 paid holidays. That is no joke. And then so on and so forth. So an inward campaign probably doesn't need us to talk about the environment as much as what we can give them or afford them that they can't get at another job. Then we want to let them know that we check all the boxes. Basically, when people are looking to change employment, they probably do a strengths and a weaknesses piece of paper in front of them, and they want to see, is it worth it for me to move to another position? And so we want them to know as they are looking at the sheet they've created that we are checking those boxes as well. The middle ad is something that would probably go to a little bit more outward facing. We want people to know that when you think of Flagstaff, you think about the cool environment. We're a four-season city, so we decided we wanted to talk about cool people, cool mountains. So basically in that headline, we're letting them know with the word careers that it's a hiring ad. We're letting them know that the people that work here we think are pretty cool. And we're also letting them know that we are not your typical Arizona. And then, of course, we're going to be utilizing pictures and scenics that show what you were just talking about, the diversity of our team, as well as the different beautiful assets and scenics that we have in Flagstaff. Again, showing the assets that we can afford them. This time on this ad, and I don't know that I had them changed out, Ralph Schmitz, our amazing creative designer, we're also talking about not only the list of assets that we have for the city of Flagstaff, but we're showing the assets about the environment. We're talking about the great the outdoors that we have. We're talking about the great schools. We're talking about the quality of life. And basically, it's just a little bit of a checklist. What we want them to do is to actually go to our QR code, which will have a video. And we are actually going to be creating that video for the city of Flagstaff. I know that Councilmember Shimone's already on screen. Happy to see that you're clapping. That will give them a reason to learn more. And then we also are going to have them go to a new URL, flagstaffcitycareers.com, so that they can actually go and do, hopefully start applying for jobs. And so we have those types of things happening. We also have some headlines like be a part of making Flagstaff thrive. Just so you know, in the marketing world, you have to look at words that are trending. Words like thrive are trending. And the whole point of the matter is to show that this is a very clean ad, a very quick attention-getting headline. We're going to be very strategic on the assets that we share on that. But the big thing is we want them to go and we want them to watch the video. Besides this, these ads, I want to let you know they're going to be, besides doing an overarching campaign where we're going to be reaching out, we're going to actually be able to have a toolkit for our division. So if I'm in fire and Chief Gaylord has to be recruiting some fire staff, we can actually tailor this to their recruitment. An even more exciting thing that Lori Pappas, our marketing media relations manager, does very, very well is we have an ability to geofence. So if I know that there is an HR conference going on and we're still looking for our HR director, we're going to be able to geofence that conference and serve them up this ad, letting them know we would like them to apply for our HR director position. So there's a lot of moving parts here. There's a lot of things going on. So basically, I wanted you to see a little bit of what we're doing. And then what I'm going to do before I share with you what we're going to be doing to get all of this unfolded, I have invited Ralph Schmidt, our creative services director for Discover Flagstaff, who put all of this creative together. So again, hats off to Ralph. he's going to show you, and what we're going to also do is put the video link in the chat in case there's an issue. He's going to show you the latest police video that we did, and sometimes we know these things lag, so I apologize if that happens, to help them with their recruitment efforts, noting that we are actually going to be utilizing our own city staff to be putting an overarching City of Flagstaff video together. We're also probably going to be doing a separate fire video, and then we might even do some frontline staff things like that. So we're going to try to show you this video. If it doesn't come out great, because there's a lot of people on this call, we're going to put it in the link. And then when that video is finished, I will finish up and share with you our next steps as a committee.
Welcome to Flagstaff, a city situated at the base of the state's tallest mountain and at an elevation of nearly 7,000 feet. This mountain town could be called your home. Imagine beginning and ending every day with the scent of fresh pine and being in the enviable position of experiencing 4 seasons.
My name is Dan Musselman, and I serve as the Chief of Police for the Flagstaff Police Department. Policing as a profession will draw you to Flagstaff and the Flagstaff Police Department. The surrounding community, the opportunities will be the reason you stay. Flagstaff Police Department is staffed with professional community members who are committed to building partnerships who share responsibility and trust with members of our community. Strive to improve the quality of life for both our residents and our visitors. Flagstaff is a place where you'll find something fun for everyone. And when you're not enjoying the outdoors, you can serve as part of our team to ensure everyone stays safe. Our team looks forward to sharing this fresh air, the cool pines, and our quality of life with you. We have a diverse team of professionals here to support you every step of the way. We also offer a step pay plan and first-time homebuyer assistance of $10,000. Point is, we value your well-being and offer a work-life balance that's incomparable to other cities. Please join our team. It's sure to be an adventure of a lifetime.
To join our team now, go to flagstaff.az.gov to apply. That's flagstaff.az.gov.
Thank you, Ralph. As you can see, it did lag a little bit. It's a lot more exciting, and there's actual music that goes toward it or to it. So I put the link in the chat. So I hope that you'll view that on your own after the retreat. And then next slide. What we wanted to let you know, the next steps is this. I'm leading this committee of 14, and again, I want to thank them all for volunteering. We are putting together a marketing plan. The marketing plan is crucial because we have to decide how we're going to put this out as the City of Flagstaff recruitment, and then of course how we can have a toolkit for the divisions when they have separate recruitments. We're also organizing photography and video services. So basically the models are our own staff. And again, we are looking for the diversity element. So I did see Councilmember Shimoni, your comment in the chat. The Indigenous, definitely. We also have some ads that we're already using or will be using to show that diversity. In our video that we shoot, we are going to try to be as diverse as possible. I hope that you know that the City of Flagstaff has always tried to be as diverse as possible. It just ends up, sometimes it doesn't happen the way that we wanted it to be in that element. It's just what it is. It's who applies, and we go with the people that are experienced. And then we are going to be reaching out to the city staffs and the divisions to ask them how we can best represent their division in this video, noting that we can't show everything. And then we'll show some of that sometimes just in our photography. So you're going to see ads where you might see somebody in our police, and I don't think that you know this from the video that you just saw, is that we are basically showing our police staff working as well as playing. And so we're going to be doing that in a lot of our ads to show that we have a good work-life balance and that there's a reason why people visit, discover, and grow here. So I just want you to know there's a lot more coming down. We'll continue to update you as we send things out. You're going to be seeing stuff actually in a lot of our local media And then there's going to be a lot that you don't see because it's going to go outward, and we're going to be recruiting that way. We think these efforts are going to help a lot, creates a great image for us. It really brands us. And we're excited to be doing this and to be able to put our staff into these elements and to show that they're basically valued and that we appreciate the work that they're doing. So any questions for me, I'm happy to answer those now. Thank you.
Member Shimoni, did you still want to jump in?
I did, and I'm fearful of a hand coming up at any moment, Nicole. So I'm on eggshells here. I am, but I'm gonna just make my quick comments. Nice video. I really like it, and I like the plan, Heidi. Yeah, I think we have a lot to overcome with our historic trauma and our just systemic barriers. I really appreciate Councilmember McCarthy's point about trying to hire diversity within our police department. And Chief, I saw your comment about struggles with that representation, and I appreciate that. I did, in seeing that video, Heidi, my initial thought right away when I saw Snowball being shown was that if we want to get Indigenous involvement at all in our future with our police department or with our city, we got to be very sensitive about how we use Snowball in promotion, given the sensitivity there and that raw nerve that exists in that tension. I just think that maybe we should consider excluding such politically charged things, although I know a lot of people like to recreate there. I used to recreate there, but I stopped a long time ago because of the politics, unfortunately. Anyways, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Shimon, I'd love to make a remark to that. That was shared with us with our leadership team and extended leadership team as we showed this campaign, and we continue to get feedback. This campaign was first created, and then it kind of evolved with the efforts of a mighty staff that Greg has, and that was discussed internally. So we will definitely be very cautious on what we use in our overall videos.
I so appreciate that.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. Let's move on to benefits.
Thank you, Heidi and Greg and Jeannie, just sharing some of the challenges we're facing as a city and some of our opportunities for success. This is really great information. Moving on to benefits. So the next few slides is going to provide an overview of our anticipated benefit changes for the upcoming fiscal year. At this time, we don't have any update on any potential changes related to our elected officials' retirement plan, but we do not anticipate significant changes in that rate. Regarding our state retirement, our Arizona state retirement system, those rates are decreasing slightly for both pension and health insurance, as well as our long-term disability, to a rate of just over 12%, 12.17% for the next fiscal year. This will result in a net savings to the general fund of approximately $50,000. For our public safety personnel retirement system, so we know all of our rates for PSPRS for both police and fire are going down. We're seeing the most notable decreases in our Tier 1 and Tier 2 employer rates. We are also going to experience rate decreases for our Tier 2 employees. So their rate is going to decrease from 11.65 to 7.65 in the next fiscal year, which will directly benefit those employees and their net pay. With those changes in those rates, we are estimating a net savings of approximately $109,000 for police and $196,000 for fire. Next slide. Thank you, Rick. Now discussing insurance benefit changes. We are expecting no changes in rates for our vision coverage, For dental insurance, we are currently projecting a 5% increase with an estimated cost of just over $19,500 for the general fund. For medical insurance, rates are increasing on average 5%, slightly more for our buy-up plan and slightly less than 5% for our high deductible health plan. The full cost of this increase is estimated at $340,000 for the general fund if the city chooses to cover 100% of that increase. So overall, our net cost for pension and insurance changes is approximately $4,500. This is due to a decrease in pension and an increase to our health insurance coverage. I think this is a great success to share on how, the steps we have taken related to pension has really paid off for the city. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Jeannie to talk about compensation and some terminology. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. And seeing the chat there, I realized that I missed my initial opportunity to utilize the term actuarial, but I'm not finished with my parts of this presentation yet, so I still have a chance. This is just a little bit of reminder education about some of the mechanics, some of the terms that we use when we talk about compensation, because they get kind of tossed around out there. And I think probably the most important thing for everyone to remember is that with the exception of merit, which we've, which everyone has made a commitment to, is that we have the opportunity to use various methods that we have described here and that we're going to talk more about in this presentation. We don't have to exclusively use one or another of these options in order to achieve our objectives. But in the larger sense, just a reminder of what an employee compa ratio is. We've been hammering on compa ratios for a couple years now. So, oh, and here's my opportunity. A compa ratio is kind of like an actuarial analysis. But what it actually represents is an employee's relative position in the pay range, starting at the minimum. So that's what a compa ratio is. So it's where an employee's actual pay is in their pay range. In compression adjustments and COLAs, or cost of living adjustments, whenever we utilize those, what's important to remember is that the pay ranges themselves are not adjusted, just the employee rates of pay. So that's what sets them a little bit different than, for instance, a market adjustment where an employee and their pay range might both be adjusted, same as in a compression adjustment. So more to come on all of these. I know that you're all going to be compensation experts by the time you get through this. Thanks. Next slide. This is a very busy slide. Definitely not something that you need to memorize. You've seen this information year over year. Historically, it's been in more of kind of a narrative word format. We reformatted it a little bit to make it more illustrative of the story. And really the story is just that. This is the history of compensation decisions based on really the financial constraints that the city was experiencing that have led us to where we are today with major turnarounds beginning this fiscal year, and I think great optimism for how we can stay the course going forward. And Brandy, back to you.
Thank you, Jeannie. So in council's commitment to making employee compensation a priority, the next set of slides provides a recap of the budget team's recommendation in priority order to ensure a healthy and competitive compensation plan. The number one priority is minimum wage ordinance impacts on the city's compensation plan. Number two, merit increases. These are budgeted and a part of our commitment made to employees for ongoing merits. And then the next three, market compression adjustments and cost of living adjustments, are additional recommendations to ensure the city maintains a healthy, competitive compensation plan. Next slide, please. The minimum wage ordinance. So annually, starting in January of 2023, the city's minimum wage must increase by the Consumer Price Index and must be at least $2 over the state minimum wage. This exact CPI percentage increase for the next year is currently unknown and will be not known until September of 2022. And for illustration purposes, we have provided two cost estimates, a 3% increase and a 5% increase, although we could see higher increases based on current CPI trends. But regardless of the increase, it is very important that we maintain current employee comp ratios to avoid compression and to negatively impact the city's recruitment and retention efforts. The main reason for the large increase between the 3% and 5% cost estimate is any increase greater than 3% will require modifications to the city's current pay plan structure, especially in those lower pay ranges. And this is very likely based on current trends. Also to note that if we implement other measures such as compression, COLA, and market adjustments, they could help offset some of these costs. Next slide. The next priority for compensation is merits. This is a commitment to employees that started with the implementation of the compensation study in July of 2021 to provide ongoing merits to employees. This commitment has been a huge boost to employee morale. As estimated, a citywide cost of over $2 million, merits are budgeted and forecasted annually in the city's 5-year plans. This includes a 3% increase for regular pay plan employees and a step increase for fire, police, and water service operator pay plans. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jeannie to talk about market adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. All right, so what's a market adjustment? So a market adjustment system in your compensation plan is really a necessary element to maintain your plan's health. What we don't want to need to do is go out in 1 year and find out that we need to adjust all of our pay ranges because they've all fallen behind the market. So a healthy compensation strategy says take at least 25% of the positions of your benchmark positions within the organization and survey those each year. Go out to your benchmarks and look and see what they're doing as it relates to their pay ranges. And if necessary, make those adjustments each year that you identify those, rather than years going by and allowing them to potentially fall further and further behind. So how do we go about doing that? Is that we take a look at positions specifically where we're having high turnover, where we're having increased difficulty in recruitment. We realize recruitment is tough all over the place, but definitely some positions are far more difficult than others. We're getting feedback during recruitment processes potentially that our pay may not be competitive. So human resources keeps track of all those. We receive input from leaders to say, hey, I think you need to be taking a look at this position. This is what I'm hearing out there. So we definitely take those We add additional positions to that if necessary to make sure that we have a good cross-section of the compensation plan. And then we conduct that benchmark study. What's important is if we do make adjustments to pay ranges, is that we maintain those employee comp ratios when we increase those ranges to make sure that employees don't lose traction. That's what causes compression, is when we move our pay ranges, but we don't have our employees keeping up. And so their merit, which, you know, now we at least do have merit, but their merit should be for performance, not merely to keep up with the market. So what we're seeing here is just an estimated budget for the first year of $143,000. We've not generated a budget for something like this before, so we're not sure how this number will work for us. It's a good start. It represents 25% or 0.25, a quarter of a percent of our annual salary expense, just as a starting point. And then if we didn't use it all, what organizations tend to do, of course, because some years you need more of these than others, is that you carry your unused funds forward because you may need a larger amount in future years. If we find that we underestimated our need on this, we may increase this in subsequent budget years. So before moving on, questions on market adjustments?
Jeannie, Councilmember McCarthy has a question regarding merit pay.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you, Jeannie. I just want to make sure that my understanding of merit pay is the same as yours. So if we had a group of, say, 10 employees in a given group, it might be that the top performers get 4% raise and the low performers might get 0% merit increase. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, for that question. So that is true pay for performance, which is just a slightly different definition. The city at this time for this current fiscal year and proposed going into next fiscal is actually using a fixed amount. There is a history, I'll just say, of some real concern and mistrust for the ability to truly use pay for performance credibly within the organization. There needs to be extreme confidence in the performance management tool, which we have just implemented this year. And so we're just going into our second year of that, coming upon this next fiscal year. And we need to make sure that leaders are effectively trained. So we have a training plan, development plan, if you will, that we're putting together for leadership on writing performance objectives, rating, and ensuring that employees can feel confident that when we implement pay for performance, that it's really working, that there's no favoritism being played, et cetera.
So I don't have any argument with the policy of that we're going to implement pay for performance in the future. I guess my concern is that we call something merit pay that is not merit pay. And merit pay is a term that we used when I was in industry at 3 different companies, and it meant something completely different to the way that term is being used here. So I think we should quit using the term merit pay when it's not merit pay. And if you want to replace it with pay for performance, fine, but let's use terms that are consistent with the words, what they mean in the general population. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
I understand. Thank you for that feedback. Of note, an employee who receives a rating of consistently below expectations does not receive a merit at this time. So an employee must be adequately meeting expectations to receive our current merit.
Okay, that's interesting. So that's moving towards my understanding of what that phrase means. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
I'll just point out, I never knew that that was true before.
Good to know.
Okay.
All right, moving on to compression. So lots of education on compression in the last year or so. But what a compression adjustment does is it looks at an individual, their tenure in their position or with the city, and says, based on that amount of time, where should this employee actually have moved into their pay range? And to reflect back on the results of the compensation study, a large amount of the city's entire population, over 60% of our employees, were still below the midpoint of their pay ranges, regardless of how long they had been here, 5, 10, 15, 20 years. It was very difficult, and it was one of our biggest feedbacks from our employee surveys, was that employees, we might have a competitive pay range, but the employees couldn't actually move through the range. So a compression adjustment was implemented this year. It was huge. It was a huge win, and we did definitely make gains. However, those gains were incremental. We are still having issues with bringing in qualified employees from a recruitment perspective and making sure that they are not going to get paid more than our current employees who have actually done that same work for the city for however many years. So we are recommending that we continue to work on compression in targeted areas, not something that we need to do across the board. It has very specific pockets that definitely have more need than others, but it's one of the tools in our toolbox in order to continue to get our current employees into the pay ranges at a comp ratio that is appropriate to their loyalty to the city. And again, an expense estimate. This is just a rough number so that we could see what might that look like. We would still need to do much more analysis. And again, it could be used in combination with other strategies, and some of those strategies might minimize some of these needs. So these will all need to work hand in hand. And next slide. And my last slide, I believe, is on a cost of living adjustment, or otherwise known as a COLA. So a traditional definition of a COLA is that all employees are adjusted upward by some specific, usually a percentage amount or a set dollar amount. For instance, I think most of us heard the county recently did $1 per hour or something like that. That was their cost of living adjustment. That does not adjust the pay ranges. So it's just the employees. The estimated expense for each 1% of COLA that we might implement is listed here for illustration purposes. I did make a note, it would minimize the need for compression adjustments, as I mentioned earlier. And so a cost of living adjustment, again, is another tool in the toolbox that permits an increase potentially for all employees, as opposed to other strategies that are more targeted. That being said, it is not easy to do a cost of living adjustment in step plans. They're not designed to have COLAs because whatever we might do would take all of those employees off of their step in the step plan, which we just worked so hard to get them on. So we would need to consider some type of alternate strategy if this is part of what we implement to make sure that those employees are not potentially left out of an increase. Should we want to move forward with something, but a standard true COLA would not be recommended. We would want to use one of our other tools. And I believe I am turning things over to Jared. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to check real quick. Can you hear my audio?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So thank you, Mayor, Council. I really appreciate the opportunity to present to you today on behalf of the Employee Advisory Committee. As was stated earlier, my name is Jared Watasic, and I'm a EAC co-chair and also serve as the budget team's rep as far as EAC goes. As far as our presentation today, it's going to be very similar to what was presented to you by City Manager and Human Resources. It's aimed at investing in the employees to help address our recruitment and retention issues that have been seen citywide. Before I get into the details of what our recommendations are, I would definitely like to thank the City Manager's Office, the Budget Team, and City Council for all their hard work and dedication in passing that compensation plan during last year's budget cycle. This is one of the biggest wins for the employees that I've seen in my tenure, especially with the ongoing merit being funded into the 5-year plan. This was a huge, crucial step and has laid an amazing foundation to build upon. And it was the first step that I feel in addressing some of the largest contributing factors to our retention and recruitment issues. However, we can't just leave it here. Jeannie touched on this a little bit. If we leave it exactly as it is, it's just a foundation, we're just going to be repeating those same mistakes that were highlighted in the earlier slide, which showed our compensation history going back to fiscal year 2008. We have to learn from that past and move forward with a better plan. You can go ahead and go to the next slide, whoever's driving the bus. Thanks, Rick. All right, so EAC has identified 2 main priorities. The top priority is being split by a 9-9 vote in our last meeting. As you guys are all aware, the economic impacts of the pandemic, as well as the rising inflation, have hit Flagstaff extremely hard on multiple fronts. This includes housing, groceries, service costs, and just everyday expenses that our employees have to deal with. With this in mind, EAC has made its recommendations to address this in 2 specific areas. The first, EAC is recommending the city cover the entire 5% increase to the medical insurance premium. And second, an additional pay increase to all employees on top of the merit. This additional increase is specifically asked to help the employee combat the extremely high rate of inflation, which was given to us a little over 7%. As of right now, merits are 3%, and this 5% COLA number was brought up as a number when in conjunction with that 3% merit would cover the inflation for the employee. EAC was less concerned with the name of the increase, but the things they wanted to make sure happened was that it went into effect on July 1 for all employees. And the second part, I guess, is the biggest part, is the all employees aspect. I'll get into that a little bit later. EAC is aware of the large dollar value associated with this ask. We're also aware it may not get fully funded. But we wanted to make sure council knew how affected the employee body is by the current economic situation in Flagstaff, and also how important it is to the employee body as a whole that all of them see an increase. This is where the second priority of compression adjustment comes in. As Jeannie stated earlier, not all employees will be eligible for a COLA. EAC was very clear in their vote that they wanted to make sure all employees saw an increase on top of the merit. And this was because all employees have been affected by the inflation and the rising cost of living index. The budget team has identified compression adjustment as one of their priorities, and EAC is in support of this, but as a complementary piece to the COLA to ensure that those that miss out on that COLA still see an increase. EAC does have faith in the budget team that they will figure out the exact mechanics of this increase so that all employees will be eligible. Go to the next slide. All right, this slide illustrates our current medical premium situation. What it shows is a direct comparison for the city of Flagstaff and Coconino County, which, as all of you guys know, are a part of NAPEP, offer the exact same health plan with the same benefits to the employees. That first column in front of you shows what a monthly cost to the employee is that is enrolled in what we call the employee-only plan, and this is the base plan. So if you work for the city of Flagstaff, you'll pay $65.60 a month. However, if you work for Coconino County, you pay $20. The second column also shows the employee cost on a per month basis, and this is for those enrolled in the base family plan. If you work for the city of Flagstaff, it's $622. However, if you work for the county, you only pay $480. So the question you may be asking yourself is why? Why does this happen? And the answer falls in the strategy of cost sharing between the employer and the employee. So the county, as well as other competing entities in Arizona, have chosen to subsidize more of the employee share of those premiums than the city of Flagstaff has. Due to this, EAC feels it's imperative to have the city cover the entire 5% increase to not put us further behind those competing entities. This will help address both retention of our current employees, as well offer a better package of recruitment of new employees. If the city does not cover an increase, we're going to be adding $33 to the employee only per month and $82 to the family plan. That would put our family plan over $700 a month, while our competitors are significantly less than that. Go to the next slide. As a quick recap to the EAC's recommendation, we need to continue to make our employee compensation a priority. We definitely were made a priority last year with the passing of those new pay plans and the funding of the merit. And again, this critical step built an excellent foundation to build upon, and it's something that will definitely ensure the future of Team Flagstaff as long as we head in that right direction. But again, the work is not done. We cannot lose that traction and the progress we've made. In order to address these new issues of recruitment and retention, we need a benefit and compensation strategy that ensures we are taking care of our current employees and remaining competitive with our benchmark organizations. I feel that what's presented to you today from the City Manager's Office, HR, and EAC will definitely accomplish that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. So in summary, EAC continues to support council and leadership's commitment to ongoing merit increases as a priority. Again, these are already budgeted and funded in the city's 5-year plans. Also, as presented by Jared, covering the health insurance increases is critical, as increases to the employee share of health insurance reduces the city's competitiveness in our community. EAC's compensation recommendations is to provide pay increases for all employees due to the increased cost of living we are all experiencing. And budget team's compensation recommendations is to maintain a healthy, competitive compensation plan by funding compression and market adjustments. And while EAC's and budget team's compensation priorities are different, they do not need to be exclusive of each other and can be done in combination. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Council members, any questions? Mayor, go for it. And council members.
Thank you. I just want to first say I really appreciate all the EAC's work on this and the attentiveness we are giving to our employees and understanding this very complex issue. In particular, I am glad we are, and I'm in full support of ensuring that the health insurance costs do not and dental costs do not go up for our employees. I do believe it was about 3 years ago that there was a 2% raise for employees, yet those who are making minimum wage or close to in the organization actually lost money because their insurance went up, and that was not taken into account as well previously. So that's really important to me personally, that we are not increasing the health and dental insurance costs. And it's not just Coconino County we will be losing folks to. I mean, if you look at NAU's benefits, well, if you're an administrative assistant, customer service, any of those individuals, that is a huge factor on where we might be losing employees. Secondly, I just want to kind of also back up to a discussion we had on Tuesday with the work of Chris Rohde regarding our minimum wage and the inflationary increases with CPI. And we were in the last 3 months last year averaged or September, October, November, December, that we were looking at an average of almost 8% increase to the increase in minimum wage. With that in mind, and we looked at the part of that presentation also provided what the minimum wage would be in Flagstaff under certain percentages. What I would like to request is that because we may be hedging on it close enough anyways, and it would be good to prepare for it regardless, that we really look at what would be the implications if minimum wage for the city of Flagstaff itself was $17 an hour. And how would that affect compression and the ripple effect from there? Because we obviously, it's not just those employees who'd be increasing. We need to be sure we're treating employees fairly who are currently making 17 an hour. That would be my request, that we look at what would it be if we were at $17 an hour for minimum wage for the city of Flagstaff starting this next fiscal year. And just while I was pointing out that almost 8%, well, that almost 8% is going to lead to about $16.75 would be the minimum wage for Flagstaff as a whole. So this is not an unrealistic expectation. And I would really like to see if this is a policy and that, well, I want to see the numbers for that proposal. So I'd appreciate it if we could maybe work that up and see what that might look like. Thank you.
Right. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Nicole and Brandy and Jared and city manager and Heidi, or I meant Jeannie, I'm sorry. But basically the whole team that's been working on this with the EAC, almost called you the EOC. I'm so grateful that this council and our leadership is prioritizing the needs of our employees and are really taking this seriously, not just as a one-year commitment or one-year effort, but an ongoing effort. And so thank you, City Manager, Employee Advisory Council, EAC. So yeah, I'd like to see us explore the health and dental costs as discussed. I do see value in the COLA through the lens of equity and ensuring that everyone does receive a adjustment, given that we're all feeling the impacts of the current situation. And I still see value in the comprehension and market adjustments that staff is recommending. So city manager and team, I'm torn, right? I don't know what to do. I like to do it all, but obviously Rick is only so financially able. I don't know. I'll just stop talking. But I guess I'd be curious to explore numbers for all these things at the end of the day or at the end of the budget process and see what we can do. Because I do see putting our employees first as a very high priority for me and for this council. And I think that an investment in our employees is an investment in us, especially given how challenging times are today. Thank you.
All right. Greg or team, any closing comments, or council, any other questions for this section?
Well, I'll extend my thanks to all those who have contributed, and I will also extend my thanks to the EAC for their recommendations. The 5% COLA, when I first heard of it, it kind of raised my eyebrows. That's a pretty high cost of living adjustment. I think we would need to do some analysis on this. I do know that the EAC wrestled with a lesser number, but this was the outcome of that. So I want to be respectful of the consensus of that group. But a 5% COLA in addition to our merit increase, in addition to absorbing the the increased cost of insurance, which we support. But all of that in the aggregate it will be a significant impact budgetarily, and I think we need to counsel on that. I don't know when we need to have finality on these requests. We certainly wanted to introduce the request, and thank you, Jared, for doing that. But this is a retreat, and not, I think maybe giving us your thoughts and direction is probably about as much as we can expect at this point. I think there's a lot more discussion to be had on that. Thank you.
And you got a thumbs up from Councilmember Shimoni while you were talking, and then we have a question from Councilmember McCarthy, followed by Councilmember Salas.
So this is a question for Rick. Yes, I've heard numbers that the inflation rate is 7%, maybe it's 8%, but I don't believe that number was annualized. I think that was what it has been like for the last 2 or 3 months. So it is possible that the annualized rate of inflation could be at that rate, but it also could be lower, like 4% or something. So does staff have any comments on that? So I'm not buying into this 8% cost inflation rate for the whole year. That's my comment or question.
Councilmember McCarthy, I guess I don't have an answer for that at this point. I definitely haven't had the opportunity to look at research inflation and impacts on the city of Flagstaff. So, but we'll keep that in mind as we move forward.
Okay, Councilmember Salas, or Jeannie, did you want to jump in?
Yes, just real quickly. Chris Rohde does obviously monitor this for us, and unfortunately, we're going to need to build a budget not having this number in our pocket. I just wanted to say that out loud. He's advised that it would likely be October of 2022 before we will know what that annual factor is. So we do need to monitor. We do need to monitor it on an annualized basis. At the same time, we are not going to have an exact figure to help us with our decisions. Thanks.
Councilmember Salas.
Thank you. As our staff work on calculating the numbers when it comes to the city covering increases to health insurance premiums, the merit increase plus the 5% cost of living allowance increases recommended by the EAC. And I'm also mindful that the COLA does not include a step plan. Perhaps we could also analyze what the number looks like if we include hazard pay for all employees. I did bring that up at the recent council meeting as a fair item.
I guess I have a question for Councilmember Salas. Is can you frame what the intention of hazard pay is? So we have a concept, and we can take that forward during our budget discussions with the budget team and leadership. I heard you say all employees, so I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Well, hazard pay is a generic term for performing work that involves physical hardship or hazardous duty. But since I understand, Team Flagstaff is we have not everyone has the ability to work from home, though we encourage from work from home. How about considering hazard pay, which is some kind of like a one-time bonus? Then it does not affect salary grades. So consider it as a one-time bonus in the form of a hazard pay. Or we can come up with another term. I just sort of hazard pay, because I remember back when I was working in Philippine Congress, hazard pay was kind of built in to the annual bonuses that employee receive at all levels across the board.
Greg, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Question back for Councilmember Salas, and thank you, Councilmember Salas, for offering that up. And yes, we are aware that it's a fair item that's now in the queue. My question for you, Councilmember, is if this council was desirous of continuing the discussion of a potential cost of living adjustment, which would be for all employees, would that supplant adequately your notion of a hazard pay? Is it more, is your request more based upon doing something for all employees, or is it truly predicated upon the presence of a hazard? I guess I'm just trying to flesh that out a little bit more. Thank you.
Both, because I understand that the COLA 5% or whatever percent we decide on does not benefit employees who are in the STEP plan.
Thank you, if I may. Jared, if you're still able, could you hop back on and share with us? I did not specifically recall that the cost of living adjustment as proposed would exclude those in the STEP plan, which would be police, fire, and the operational component of water services. Can you provide some clarity?
Thank you, Greg. I can. This is more in conversation with Jeannie and Brandy. The way COLA is right now, Councilmember Salas is 100% correct. But the idea from EAC was everyone gets something, and that's where that compression adjustment came in. Jeannie touched on it, or maybe Brandy did. One of them did earlier, about applying a compression adjustment to those in the STEP plan, similar to a COLA with the rest of the city. That way it doesn't take people off STEP, and every employee gets a raise. That would definitely satisfy what EAC was looking for. And again, I hopefully would satisfy what everyone else was talking about with regular pay getting something, and then also STEP people getting something.
Thank you.
And we have a comment from Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you. Briefly going back to before I talked, we should use precise language. I mean, if something is not merit pay, it shouldn't be called merit pay. Well, I'll make the same comment about hazard pay. There's a legitimate place for hazard pay, but I don't think hazard pay applies to every employee across the company, the organization. So maybe there is a place for or a hazard pay, but let's not misuse that term and try to apply it in an inappropriate manner. The other thing I want to clarify is that my understanding is we're not giving direction right now. We're just having an overall discussion about the pros and cons of various options, and that the city manager will be coming back to us with a recommendation. And then at that point, we'll be giving direction. Just to let people know where my head's at, I do want to increase the pay in the compensation and hopefully cover more medical expenses for all employees. And the reason is to keep the morale up, to be fair, etc. But the details of that, I don't think we're ready to talk about that yet. And I look forward to a presentation from Mr. Clifton and his staff. And then at that point, we can give specific recommendations of where we're at. Whatever we've talked about various ways of increasing compensation. We've talked very generally about how much money we have, but we have to balance all of these things together with, the amount of money we have, the amount of money we need, and what we need it for a lot of different things. So we're not ready to give specific direction to the city manager at this point. At least that's the way I see it. Thank you.
Greg, do you want to respond? And then we're going to do a quick time check because we're
Yeah.
on this section.
We are right at the noon hour. Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, for framing that nicely. Comment and well, two comments. We will strive for consistent language. We hear you loud and clear on the point you made about merit increase. I would restate, it really is a merit increase at the end, but we're on our way. And I think that's giving you some cause for wanting to be more precise, and I totally get that. As to the other point you made, yes, we're not looking for finality or outcomes here. Maybe a little bit of direction, and you certainly offered that up. What I heard you say, and I think where others may be on this, and we can continue to vet this, is there's an inclination to do something. And I think there's an inclination to do something for all employees. And if that is encapsulated in a cost of living adjustment and a compression adjustment so that all employees are benefited by it, perhaps we at budget team and ultimately leadership can wrestle with this and come back with some refined adjustments. The EAC on this just met recently. We were at the meeting, and so this is all relatively fresh. And we certainly were not expecting conclusive outcomes at this time, but rather a good discussion, which is what we're having. So thank you.
Yeah, just a real quick follow-up. Basically what you said, I agree with. And just speaking for myself, I do want to improve the compensation for our employees. And I'm looking forward to the details in the future. And as far as what words we use, I'll quote Celia Barretts, who used to sit on this council for quite some time. And she says, words matter. And she's right.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we are at the noon hour. We have 30 minutes scheduled for lunch, so we're slightly off pace, but we've got some flex this afternoon. So how about we reconvene at 12:30? That sound good?
I think that sounds very good, Nicole.
Okay.
Yeah, thumbs up by the mayor. Okay.
All right. Thumbs up. 12:30. We will see you back here for bond committee update.
Everybody have a good lunch.
All right. It appears that we have just about everybody, so I think we're good to go. I have turned the stream back on.
Okay.
And so I'll leave it to you all.
All right. Well, welcome back to the afternoon session of our budget retreat today. If you noticed in the morning session, there was an interesting thing that happened when we were talking about celebrating wins, that once we kind of put that out in the purview, we sort of started to pile on like, hey, that's a win, and this is another one, and we kind of tuned that attentional focus for that. So that's actually a strategy as you move through this information this afternoon, anytime you're working in groups or individually. But you start to come to like, wow, this seems really difficult. We need to look for solutions, or, let's look for some of the wins, that sort of thing. If you sort of set that as something that you're looking for intentionally, it'll trigger your confirmation bias and leverage it for a good purpose to kind of like tune in the focus there a little bit more. So something kind of fun if you want to try playing with that. We are on to the bond committee update. Shannon, your name is next to this one. Are you ready to jump on it?
I am, Nicole. Thank you very much. We want to go ahead and proceed to the next slide. The bond committee is considering and preparing to make a recommendation to council related to public infrastructure, housing, and climate action. All three of the areas that had been previously identified by our city council members. This committee began meeting on November 22nd. Their first 3 meetings was really spent trying to get to know each other, adopting a team charter. They elected their chair and their vice chair. Their chair is Charlie Odegaard, and their vice chair is Al White, names I'm sure that you are familiar with as they both have served previously on City Council. And they set a meeting schedule for the presentations to come before them from city staff. So after the holidays, we kicked off right on January 6th, and city staff began presenting information about general obligation bonds, city debt and our fiscal responsibility, public infrastructure for public safety, as well as wastewater. We're going to continue these presentations in the month of February, all the way through March 3rd, and those are going to include the stormwater presentation, 2 meetings for housing and 2 meetings for climate action, given both of those topics have multiple components to them, and so we want to dedicate enough time so that we can present a thorough amount of information to the committee members. Following these presentations, we are going to conduct a community survey with the assistance of New Point Marketing. They are the election consulting team that we've selected to partner with us through this endeavor. And they are going to collect statistically sound data that will capture the city residents' input on these potential bond measures and what they would like to see. The other component that we've been working hard on is making sure that we have enough communication efforts put in place. The previous meetings, we have the recordings, the agenda, the presentations, as well as supplemental information available on the city's website. So if anyone has been unable to attend the meetings, but they're interested in learning more about these topics, they certainly can view the information there. Or if they want to be more engaged, they can actually join us for these meetings. We post the links on the agendas, so all they have to do is click and jump right into the Microsoft Teams meeting. We are working with public affairs to create a method for the public to write in, provide input. This may be in the format of a form added to this webpage or some other cool feature I'm sure they'll figure out. So looking forward to hearing what that might look like in our upcoming meetings next week. The goal of that input is to find out again what's most important to our community as we consider potential bond projects moving forward. And then again, this amazing public affairs staff, both Sarah Langley as well as Samantha Victor, goes by Sam, in case you haven't had the opportunity to interact with her yet. They are working on a communication plan. This communication plan is going to include education on topics such as what is a bond. I know when they mentioned this to me, I got really excited because it reminded me of the little Bill guy that walked down the stairs on PBS when he talked about being a Bill on Capitol Hill. So I think it'll be fun to be able to do what is a bond on behalf of our organization. Yes, it could have been VHS, Councilmember Shimoni. But again, they are looking at using both video and social media. So we will be sure to have some great outreach so our community knows what we're working on and we have an opportunity to really hear what's important to them. So that's our update as of today. You know, this team continues to work hard towards getting to the recommendation that will come before council in June. As you can tell, we're still presenting at this point, but we're going to have research information in the form of surveys, again, outreach and input from our community members so that they can really go through a process of determining what they'd like to recommend for the November election. So that's where we are. Certainly happy to answer any questions or even hear any feedback that folks might have to share.
All right, council members, any comments, questions, feedback?
Yeah, I'll just jump in here, and this may go without saying, but we have a lot of federal money that is being formed now, and obviously the regulations as such and criteria are still in development in a lot of cases. But I hope that when we move forward with this bonds that we are ensuring that we can maximize matching dollars. I know, for example, wastewater, for example, is not a salient issue. People don't realize that we are at max capacity right now with it, and that I just want us to be in a good position that's both flexible and true to what our constituents want, that we are setting up bonds in a way that are going to maximize this once in a lifetime dollars coming up from the federal government, as well as some matching dollars from the state government. So I just wanted to put that out there, because I would really, really hate if we put out a bond measure specifically for stormwater, for example, that then, oh, wait, there was a 1 to 10 match for wastewater now all of a sudden, and we could have had $50 million to help with our wastewater with only $5 million set aside to be able to match with. So I want us, and I understand that the bond committee definitely has been hearing some of the matching dollars, but I hope that that is pressed to the committee, that let's really try to figure out the best way to leverage this opportunity and not lose opportunities this year because of too heavy restrictions and or not putting something on there that is really necessary for our city, whether people are as aware of it or not. So.
Mayor DC, we are on the same track. We've been talking in our team meetings between New Point and city staff this week on the need to be flexible, because we may not know exactly what federal dollars we will receive. And so we will be pulling in some legal expertise to really help us on the wording to be able to create that flexibility, to where if we're able to get funding for something, that can come off the list, but then we're able to spend that money elsewhere, and it wouldn't have to just sit because it was too specific to certain projects. So thank you for that feedback.
Thank you, and I wouldn't expect it any differently from you, Shannon, or anyone else, not to definitely have that on your radar. I just wanted to help reinforce the process. So thank you.
All right, Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Nicole, and WC Manager Anderson. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, and to our bond committee members, thank you all. I know this has been quite an effort, and I am so excited about this effort and to learn about what comes out of this committee's conversation to us. And just wanted to express gratitude to everybody involved, and express gratitude especially for the outreach plan. I'm really looking forward to that social media video. Thank you. And I would add multilingual again. If we can get diversity in those on camera and those speaking, I think that'd be really awesome if we can try to be inclusive. Maybe in one video. Thank you, Mayor, I see you supporting that. You know, we could do separate videos in different languages, but if we can somehow do one that, you know, is multilingual in its nature and use that to build from in the future, that'd be so cool. Thank you. My work would be done.
All right. Any other questions, comments from council? Okay. Ignoring the VHS conversation, Shannon, I think you are good to go. All right.
Thanks,
so
Nicole.
You're welcome. Let's move on to federal funding update. We have Stacy, Sarah, Barney, and Brian, and I appreciate the serial alliteration there. Thank you for satisfying that desire of mine. And we will let you fabulous folks take over.
All right, thank you. Hi, Mayor and Council and city staff that are online today. Stacy Brecklin-Eggs, Grants and Contracts Manager, and excited to share with our team. Like we said, I'll talk first, and then I'll turn it over to Sarah Langley, and then Barney and Brian. So we'll go ahead and next slide. So a little update on the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds. As you know, these funds remain as a lifeline for local governments and the community. there was a new final rule released in the 1st of January that provided kind of a broader flexibility and greater simplicity to the program. They had new content that was aimed at providing greater clarity and direction. And their intent was really, which is helpful to the city, which has been very helpful, to help minimize the administrative burden and in recognition that thousands of local governments continue to operate at a level of reduced capacity. This administrative burden will also help our subrecipients, and it'll help our city staff as we continue to pursue these funds and to get them out in the community. So what the final rule did, it actually allowed for a standard allowance for the revenue loss replacement of up to 10 million to spend on government services. So that's huge, and that's where we're getting to see where this administrative burden will be reduced by applying this 10 million standard allowance. So next slide. So spending on the government services generally includes any service traditionally provided by a government. It's the most flexible and eligible use category, and funds are subject to streamlined reporting and compliance. So it really reduces that level of compliance and reporting if we can go ahead and go with the standard 10 million allowance. And utilizing this adds effectiveness and efficiency in delivering the council-directed programs. It alleviates the administrative burden, as I've mentioned before. Procurement restrictions will still follow our local procurement code, of course. We'll still have to do that. Limited on the compliance, audit risk, and extensive reporting. However, by taking this 10 million allowance, that doesn't alleviate our commitment that we've said to the project allocations, that they will be preserved in what the council has recommended back, I guess it was in October. We've had a couple sessions on this allocation, but we will continue to make that commitment. We'll continue to account for it, report for it, and track for it. So this next slide will show a little bit more and where the direction that we're headed. So hopefully you could see that there's two columns here. So the allocation still whole, so nothing's changed. We haven't done anything to reduce it or change it. All we've done is move the allocations, excuse me, to the $10 million revenue replacement column. So as we go through these line items, we will have some time to ask some questions at the end, but let me continue on this slide to kind of share the thoughts of what our internal team core team has talked about in the budget team. This has been presented to the budget team a week ago, and they were definitely on board with how we are allocating and using the 10 million revenue replacement. So congregate care, you recently saw some contracts issued to Flag Shelter Services. The notification for announcement is out now. That is along with the Community Development Block Grant Fund. So congregate care solicitation is open and people are starting to apply for those funds. And housing is administering that. The housing staff are excellent in administering federal compliance and federal funds. They do it quite a bit on the HUD CDBG program, so they're very skilled at it. They work closely with our staff and do an excellent job with it. So we really felt that we wanted to keep these in the federal side in the ARPA funds. The 2.4, Shannon's met with us, and a lot of you are very familiar with this alternate care. It's very complex. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of agencies involved in it, and so we moved that to the non-federal, which will allow for the less restrictions, but continue to make the commitment, as we said, to council for the 2.4 to this project. The community ambassador and assistance in mental health, we've left that in the ARPA funds. We're not sure if that's going to be an internal staff member or if that's going to be administered by an outside agency, but we're in conversations again with Shannon and her team, and we've kept that in-house on the ARPA funds, and doesn't have a lot of reporting requirements. So we felt they can stay on that side of the column. Again, a shout out. Thanks, Dan. I agree to the housing staff. They're very, very good in processing and working with federal funds. And so we've kept the 1.9 there. So it's still in the federal side of it. And we'll be sending out an announcement, I think soon after this agenda, after council approval on these allocations in this process. We'll be announcing those funds in a notice of funding announcement. And so many nonprofits and others can submit for those funds. Job training assistance, we've kept that also in-house. We have some excellent staff in economic vitality. I know John Saltonstall has been on the Workforce Development Board and worked closely with the county. And so we felt like this was a good place to keep those funds in-house and to maybe leverage with the county on workforce development and job training. And then we'll move over to the next column. Thanks. Is that you, Rick, with the little red dot? Thank you for moving along with me. And so the small business grants, those will again still be an allocation, and we'll work with Heidi Hansen and her staff and others to administer these funds for small business, just without the restrictions and the reporting requirements again. Arts and Science, the 150, we're looking at working with Creative Flagstaff on those funds, and we'll be working to potentially amend their contract and bring this back to council and work with currently do with our arts and science funds. So we'll be in the same light as competitive and open, but would work with Creative Flagstaff for that. The 300,000 and the 150 for the food and nonprofits. The intent is to continue the work with United Way and amend their contract and work to see if we can allocate those funds to them, and then they would do the similar process. They would open it up fair and competitively, similar to they do their community investment funds for the nonprofits. And then we're to the 300 victim services. And again, shout out to our housing staff. They will do a solicitation again, and a funding announcement. They're looking at doing this in the spring to maybe summer to fall. Actually, might be incorrect. Maybe they're looking at fall for that, because they're going to, right now the congregate cares out. They're going to hit that 1.9 here in the spring, and in the fall, the victim services funds announcement will go out, and we'll get nonprofits to submit for that. The aid to travel and tourism will is moved to the 10 million non-revenue replacement column. Again, that's so that we have less restrictions, but we'll work with CVB and Visitor Center and Trace Ward and his team and Heidi on those funds, and to get those out to agencies through a competitive solicitation. Next, real quick, is the local support. Council has supported this in the past for the permits. We've already spent money out of that fund currently, so it made sense to keep it in the ARPA, and we're looking at expending all of it. Rebecca said hopefully by this summer, so that 85,000 will get expended here soon by the end of the summer, which is great news. Heidi kind of talked to you a little bit about support of filling vacancies. So it was an excellent presentation earlier on how we're doing recruitment. And so Heidi's on this. She's very proactive in tracking this and working hard with her team to oversee these funds and spend this 100,000 to help the city. So that's exciting. And so that's why it's sitting in the ARPA fund side. Education assistance, we have left this on the federal column side, and there is a small team that is starting to meet in a week or two and to begin how we are going to use this money. That right now, the education assistance, we're looking at providing that to United Way. again, but it will be through a competitive process and solicited separate with the ARPA funds. The education assistance here, the facility is getting the two of them, they're close in numbers, but the 350, we have another team meeting on this. Greg has been highly involved with this, and maybe at the end of this, Greg, if you do want to share anything that I might have missed on this one, but we are getting ready to talk as a team on how we're going to use this money to look at facility construction for education programs, and potentially some sites that we can get some engineers' estimates on to see what it's going to take to maybe rehab some of our sites and get them to the point that they're ready to go for a service provider to solicit to use the facility. So those discussions are in place. Premium pay, you've been hearing about this. HR and public safety has been a huge benefit to our staff for this, and we've been using this for quite a while. They've been starting it, and so it's moved to the non-federal side of the house, the 10 million side, just because we are using it now, and again, to not have the intensive reporting requirements on the ARPA funds. So it'll be a little bit less administrative burden for HR and others. Drinking water. This is another one. I know that the mayor and everybody's been really interested in broadband. We have supported a number of grants that are going out. Yes. And this is going to be huge. And we moved it out of the ARPA fund, so it's a little bit more flexible for us to administer in-house to do a project, to match a potential 10 million project that some service providers have been out there applying for. Other infrastructure grants that we have coming up with the new infrastructure bill that Sarah will talk a little bit about. And so this 1.5 will give us that flexibility to use without the ARPA restrictions. And then lastly is the revenue replacement. And then, and Rick, you can add anything later as soon as I end here if there's anything on that. And then we moved some money out of the administrative pot to cover the Creative Flagstaff and United Way's administrative time in that non-revenue. And then Morgan Mullaney was currently overseeing the ARPA. She still is, but she has now moved to my staff as more of a grants position to help and still oversee ARPA, but may not need as much of the administrative time going on. So I guess the big thing is you could see where we're heading, that 10 million, which is great. And then the ARPA money is the 3.2, and we will continue to make a commitment to make sure all these programs are tracked and reported back to you. We'll work on that reporting. So with that, I am going to, I guess, Rick, do you want to stop for any questions on this portion or move on?
I'm okay if we want to pause and see if council has any questions on the ARPA funds.
Great.
Mayor DC?
Yeah, sorry, you may have mentioned this. I just wanted to see regarding the revenue replacement, that's now solid numbers, correct? Or is that potentially changing?
The 3.8 million?
Yes.
Yes, that's the number that we are still reserving. As you recall, that number was in the $9 million number prior to meeting with council and discussing the allocation to programs. These were budget items that we put in the current year budget up to that $9 million number for other things that didn't get funded in the previous budget process, but we still wanted to move forward with. So the budget team is going to look to see, how do we, now that we're trimmed down to 3.8, and that is firm because we only can use 10 million for revenue loss. That's basically the difference between everything else. Budget team will meet to decide, what items really get to move forward. As you may recall, last April in here were things like some housing funds, climate action. There was money for fiber in that pot. There was money to replace streets vehicles because their funds were impacted. So we've got to scale down what we're using this 3.84 in the coming weeks. So yeah, we're pretty committed to that number.
Cool, good to know. I just I was loving the last year, seeing that 9 mil turn into 6 mil, turn into 3.8 mil. Since that is firm, that was my question. So I appreciate the answer. Thanks.
All right, Greg.
Thank you, Stacy. Thank you for the presentation. Pardon me.
Welcome.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to circle back on what Stacy touched on with respect to the education assistance. So just to put a little more detail into that, yeah, there is a team meeting on that. It's pretty exciting. Public Works is involved in this at a couple of levels, along with Stacy and procurement in my office and others. We're excited about this project. The focus on this potential facility is the Joel Montalvo location, and specifically the old fire station there that we've talked about. The 350,000 as allocated almost assuredly means that we will be looking for some sort of partnership on this, and maybe more than one partnership. And it will be a competitive process for sure. But a couple of scenarios could play out. One would be that maybe we have enough here to build a shell of a building and would invite successful submitters to partner up and provide tenant finishes of some sort to accommodate the operations services that they provide. Another one would be, and this could be in tandem, would be to maybe work with the local developer who would have an interest in seeing us develop a city-owned parcel for these valuable services and would contribute in kind, perhaps. So there's a number of possibilities here. They're all exciting. We're still on the front end of this one. We'll be reporting back to council. I just wanted to provide a little more detail. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. And so if we don't have any more questions, turn it over to Sarah. She's going to go ahead and talk about the infrastructure bill. And Sarah, before you start, just to the mayor and council, I am doing probably daily or weekly a webinar on infrastructure bill and really tracking this. So and Sarah's been very instrumental in working with Bob Holmes and others to help track this fund. And we recently, the RAISE grant just came out. We've already got a meeting set up next week to begin rolling out how we're going to apply for that RAISE grant. So exciting times. Thank you. And take it away, Sarah.
Thanks, Stacy. Indeed, very exciting times. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Sarah Langley, Public Affairs Director. I'm here to provide you with a quick update on the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, IIJA, which has now been enacted as the bipartisan infrastructure law. So we will be calling it the bill moving forward. I think that's a bit nicer acronym than IIJA. As you know, the bill was signed into law by President Biden last fall, and since then we've been anxiously awaiting news and updates on what this could mean for Flagstaff. The bill is the largest long-term infrastructure investment in really our history, and it provides $550 billion through fiscal year 26 for roads, bridges, mass transit, water infrastructure, resiliency, and broadband. And we are, of course, still waiting for further information to be released, but we do have some updates to share with you today. First, in December, the Federal Highway Administration, which is the agency charged with implementing the majority of the legislation, issued a policy memorandum. And that memorandum gave us some additional guidance on the bill and was sort of a sneak peek into how they will be interpreting and implementing the legislation. The FHWA is utilizing an equity lens and is focused on building infrastructure that will serve America for many coming generations. They're also focusing on reconnecting communities and including all voices in the design and selection of different projects. Next slide, please. So the bill provides generally two different types of funding, formula funding and competitive grants. I'll go over some of the formula funds first, and then I'll switch into covering some competitive grants that we're aware of. And just as a reminder, formula funds are funds that are awarded based on some sort of calculation. In this instance, normally based on some sort of population ratio, versus competitive grants, which are awarded based on the merits of an application or a specific project. So key pots of formula funding within the bill include funding to repair and rebuild roads and bridges. And you can see this is about a 28% increase from our current state funding in this area, so quite a significant increase here. And then we also have funding to improve safety within our transportation system. This is about a 29% increase from current funding levels. And here we see a strong focus on reducing crashes and transportation-related deaths and injuries within our transportation system. Next slide. So some additional formula funding to highlight. Tens of millions of dollars will be available to build out an electric vehicle charging network within our state, and that's really to encourage accelerated adoption of electric vehicles and just make them easier for people to use, especially driving long distances in the western part of our country. Additional funding will also be available to modernize and expand passenger rail and improve the safety of our freight rail network, including dedicated funding to clearing the Amtrak backlog and expanding rail service outside of the kind of core Northeast and Mid-Atlantic corridors. And then lastly, and our airport folks will touch on this in a bit, but it also includes includes funding to improve our nation's airports, including airside and landside needs and improving resiliency and accessibility. So that's a non-exhaustive overview of some of the formula funding that we're waiting to hear more about, and hopefully will have a very positive impact for Flagstaff. Next slide. So in addition to formula funds, the bill also has a really big impact on the world of competitive grants. The legislation includes funding to both expand existing grant programs and to create some new grant programs. So this is a non-exhaustive list of grant programs that could be relevant for Flagstaff, and again, we're waiting to learn more about these. Within the realm of transportation grants, the bill expanded existing programs such as RAISE and Infra, which we have, of course, applied for in the past. And then it created new grant programs such as the Safe Streets and Roads for All, which is $5 billion exclusively for local governments to complete street improvements, again, to reduce crashes and fatalities. We also have the charging and fueling infrastructure grants, which is $2.5 billion to strategically deploy hydrogen, propane, electric and natural gas fueling infrastructure for vehicles throughout the country. So we're keeping an eye on these programs. You can see in the right-hand most column when the federal government is expecting those application processes to open up. And for transportation-related grants, it seems to be clustered around early 2022. As Stacy said, we've already seen the RAISE NOFO come out, so pretty exciting, and we're keeping an eye on those. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a selection of competitive grants focused on climate, energy, and the environment. And you can see some familiar programs, again, such as the FEMA Flood Mitigation Assistance Program, the Brownfields Remediation Program. Those have both been expanded with additional funding. And then there's new grant programs, such as the Community Wildfire Defense Grant. That's $1 billion to the Department of Agriculture to help communities develop and revise wildfire protection plans and to implement some of their projects within those plans. And again, in that rightmost column, applications for these climate and energy programs are scheduled for a bit later this year. clustering around the kind of summer, late spring timeframe. Next slide. And then lastly, I wanted to highlight some grants related to broadband and cybersecurity. Several new competitive grants here, including middle mile grants. That's $1 billion to the Department of Commerce for construction, improvement, and acquisition of middle mile broadband infrastructure. And then we also have $1 billion, excuse me, within the new state and local cybersecurity grant program, again, exclusively for local governments to help address cybersecurity risks to our information systems. And application dates here are a little bit towards the end of 2022. And Stacy and her grants and contracts team are keeping a very close eye on all of these dates. I see Mayor has a hand up. I can pause for that if you like.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask, maybe a little early on these expanded grants, but do we know the expected matching ratio?
Stacy, feel free to jump in. I anticipate it might be different for each grant program.
It has been, and you know, some of the webinars has been about 75-25, and then some said that they're working to try to get it at 100%. And so it's kind of all over the board, but I think we're going to see probably 100% to 75-25.
Excellent. And is there any discussion on the distinction between rural and urban in that effect? Because, I mean, I've heard it on the political realm, but not exactly the bureaucratic, what's, you know, actually going to be the guardrails on this. But is there any distinction for, say, 100% without matching for rural communities versus those who can actually afford to have a match? And if we might be into the rural category that therefore would allow us to have greater access to these?
Yes, you are right on. You know more than I do, Mayor, sometimes about all these grants.
I'm very tiny.
And I know Regina too keeps a good track. So I appreciate the help from all of you. But that is exactly what I'm hearing too, is that some of them are, it's by population size, but then they're also having the discussion of if you're rural, you can submit for that 100% waiver kind of thing. So that is in the works.
Awesome. Well, let's make sure that the rural mark is at 100,000 as opposed to 50,000. So let's do that. If you need a letter, we can write.
I'm doing the thumbs up, and yes, we'll for sure go for the 100% bag of cash.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Stacy. Also, I've seen some of these grants maybe on previous slides that showed them that are only eligible for rural communities. Again, that population threshold might vary, but we'll definitely keep an eye on those rural-only grants as well. Next slide, please. So moving on to the Environmental Infrastructure Program, the bill provided $9 billion of funding for the Army Corps of Engineers. And then within that $9 billion, $18 million was set aside for environmental infrastructure projects. The bill specifically provided funding for 10 environmental infrastructure projects, and 2 of those went to Flagstaff, which is pretty incredible. We're the only community that got 2 awards. And those projects, I know the slide is a little bit small. I just wanted to kind of contextualize where we fit within all these other projects. But the 2 projects that we were awarded include the Flagstaff Downtown Flood Lateral Tunnel and the WF Killip Regional Flood Detention Basin Project. So I know the budget team and Stacy and the stormwater folks are all working hard on that funding. Next slide. So that's a brief overview of what is a huge piece of legislation, the bipartisan infrastructure legislation. Staff are taking advantage of all the resources offered by the federal government to keep up to date on opportunities. And you can see we just showed the website here that says, the FHWA will be adding more resources soon. So we are anxiously awaiting that. Happy to take any questions. Thanks.
We have Councilmember Salas and then Councilmember Shimoni.
Hi, everybody. Can you see me? Can you hear me? I couldn't tell. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Langley and our grants team. I have couple of comments and a question. Comments. So I had the opportunity to listen to Federal Highway Administrator for Arizona, Miss Petty last week, and the guidelines for electric vehicle will come out this month, hopefully in the next 30 days. And the government Ducey has allocated 50 million one time for SMART, which stands for State Match Advantage for Rural Transportation. This is one time 50 million from TPT collection sales tax that creates the new state match portion for federal grants. 40% will go to counties, 40% will go to cities and towns, and 20% will go to the Arizona Department of Transportation, ADOT. Yeah, a lot of opportunities coming up. But when on the part of Metro Plan, we are constantly pushing for the formula funding as much as we can, rather than seeking those competitive grants, which are of course competitive and merit based, and there's a lot of competition out there. My question to staff is, with all of this grant opportunities, just with regards to the bipartisan infrastructure law, do we have the staff capacity to develop and submit these grants? I understand we have staffing for ARPA administration, but in terms of grant seeking and development, and I understand we also have robust collaborative relationship with, of course, Metro Plan and other community partners. But in our home, Team Flagstaff, I'm asking Miss Stacy BK, do you need additional FTE, additional staff, or resources? So we can help you be successful as we seek and hopefully obtain these grants.
Yeah, and of course, I know the city is can use lots of help in all divisions, but I did put in for 2 positions for this next budget year for grants and contract specialists. In addition, the leadership team is supported in on-call pre and post-award consulting firms to have almost like a jock to have firms available to us. And so I'm also working on that with Patrick Brown and Christina Perry on an RSOQ to see if we can get some on-call consulting firms to help us manage these funds, find the funds, acquire them, and so forth. So we are definitely got some things in the works, and I appreciate the question. So thank you very much. Plus, we have many council members like yourself helping us find funds and track them and give us information. So I appreciate it. And I just saw your email, Councilmember Salas, on the bus information. So I appreciate that.
All right, Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Julie and Stacy BK and Sarah. Very exciting stuff. So I guess, Sarah, my first question is for you. Is there a certain lens that the administration is looking through, or those who are taking these grant applications, are they still looking? I guess I remember in the past they were looking at it through the lens of equity and sustainability as like 2 very strong primary pillars in the applications that they received. Is that still the case with all of this, or what are your thoughts on that?
Thanks, Councilmember Shimoni. Yeah, definitely, I would say that's still the case. Those are kind of overarching themes that we've seen throughout the Biden administration. And I believe that the policy memorandum, which I linked in the first slide that I covered, if you want to click on that, you can read more in depth, but that kind of gives a focus on, or gives us a hint as to what they'll be focusing on and which kind of projects they will be prioritizing. So equity, sustainability, justice will all be key things that they're hoping to promote with this funding.
Okay, and with the safe streets and roads for all, I mean, that's like, you know, a dream come true for me, right? In the Vision Zero language, I mean, they're already putting that in there when I'm, you know, trying to get us to implement policy to reflect that. It's just so exciting for me as a council member to see that being led at the federal level too. So I guess my question for, you know, well, Stacey BK, you answered this about like maybe seeking outside help in terms of like finding these opportunities and applying for them. But I guess my question for Rick, Julie, if this is appropriate, we can dive into it with engineering update if we'd rather wait till then, but it ties into this just, you know, in terms of capacity and ability, and how do we best position ourselves to take advantage of these opportunities and make space in our plan, in our capital improvement plan, so that we can be more nimble. And like I said, Julie, we could wait if you want, but I guess that is where my mind goes when I think about some of these opportunities. And then my other question, I guess, is in regards, Sarah, to alternate policing. I might have missed this, but is there anything coming up at the federal level in terms of alternate policing opportunity for funding?
Hi, Councilmember Shimoni. Not that I've seen specifically in the fact sheets and, you know, things that Stacey and I have been participating on. Stacey, have you seen anything on alternate policing?
No, I haven't. But again, we continue to look at other funds. I get a daily grants.gov email. So if it's through Department of Justice, maybe not the infrastructure, there is community policing funds out there through DOJ. And so we're continuing to watch for those and apply for those, just not through the infrastructure bill, just other funding sources, appropriations. And then if I could real quick, and Rick can jump on, we did through this budget process, a lot of the divisions have to enter grants, future grants for appropriations. And for infrastructure projects, capital projects, they have all been doing that, stormwater, capital, everybody, to make sure that we have appropriations available when we go for these grants and get them awarded.
Very good. Thank you. And Julie, we can dive into my questions with Rick later when that comes up. I think that might be more appropriate. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions. Oh, Rick said he's available if you want to dive in now. Sounded like though we might be okay to push that a little bit farther, Councilmember Shimoni, is that right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Well, let's continue with this section, just doing a quick glance at the clock. We were originally going to wrap up around 1:30 with this section. We're about 15 minutes pushed from lunch, so 1:45 is kind of the target time frame, but also understanding that we have flexibility where we need it.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Barney Helmick from the Flagstaff Airport. I just want to step off agenda for 30 seconds here and put a plug in for somebody that you're seeing today, a large sum of grants that are federal and state funded. This is just a snapshot in time. For the last 30 some years, we've had our own Carl Sagan, only instead of billions and billions of stars, is bringing in millions and millions of federal and state funds for us. I want to say thank you from our heart here at the airport to Stacey BK. Moving on, today, I want to talk about, and this page is actually very similar to what we saw here at the last retreat. The CARES Act has brought forward FAA grant 45 for 18.1 million. The one thing I do want to bring into this is the mayor asked if we were able to use some of this for matching funds, and we have found case by case that some of this money can be used for matching funds. FAA 46 is 1.4 million. For operational maintenance, we're going to use that towards some work here at the terminal building. FAA 47 is a concessions relief grant for 25,672. And a correction on the last one, FAA 50 was, I put in as FAA 49, is actually FA 50. Those combined, we're just about ready to send those funds out. All the final documentation is getting ready. And then in between, there's FAA 48 for 1.9 million for operational and maintenance expense. Again, this will be used towards some terminal upgrades. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And new grants. We have a bipartisan infrastructure law grant for $1.448. We're actually in a position where some of our federal, or excuse me, state funding has been out of order. So we're going to use this towards a project that we'd intended to start next year, and that's a taxiway design project. That is, we also have an Arizona Department of Transportation grant for $2 million for land, and that was out of order for our AIP grants, but that is going to be banked for us to purchase some land that is not developable, but we need to get inside of our own property line. And then last, we have a $1.4 million airfield pavement preservation grant. This one also, in checking, we can match that from the CARES grant. And then I'm going to hand it over to Brian on the next slide, please.
Thank you, Barney, and good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Brian Gall, and I'm the Airport Programs Manager here at the Flagstaff Airport. Today, I'm going to be speaking to you about the initial $18.1 million CARES Act grant that Barney mentioned a couple slides ago. We spoke about this at the previous budget retreat in December, and so today is mostly an update on the information presented at that time. Just as a reminder, this grant is a 4-year reimbursable agreement that was awarded in early 2020. The pie chart on the right side of the slide here shows a breakdown of the proposed funding, with $6.7 million allocated for equipment and maintenance, $7.8 million allocated for personnel costs, and $3.6 million for contractual and commodity costs. As of the end of last year, we spent roughly $4.52 million, and that has mostly come out of the blue and orange portions of the pie chart for those contractual, commodity, and personnel costs. The $6.7 million gray portion of that chart is being used for maintenance projects around the airport. We have 2 projects ongoing right now. One is an aircraft hangar and shade maintenance project, and another is an airfield maintenance project for the airfield itself. I'll talk a little bit more about those on the next slide. But I also wanted to touch base on some upcoming projects that we're expecting to use that funding for. These projects include a terminal hold room expansion, an expansion of the airline counter area within the terminal, and a facilities maintenance project for some facilities items within the terminal itself. We're also looking to perform maintenance on the existing terminal parking lot. Once our new parking lot is finished and open, we'll be able to shift some vehicles to that, which will give us a chance to perform some maintenance on our existing terminal lot. We're also looking at doing second phases of both the hangar maintenance and airfield maintenance project that are currently ongoing. Those upcoming projects are all in various stages of procurement at this time. We're working with our on-call contractors and our on-call engineer and architecture firms on scope to define the scopes and propose costs for those projects, and are expected to have a good portion of that work in progress later this year. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, we have 2 projects that are currently underway. The first is the Westplex Hangar and Shade Repair Phase 1 project. The airport has 63 hangars and 48 aircraft storage shades that we rent for private aircraft storage. This project includes roof repairs and preventative maintenance on the structure doors for those units. The door maintenance is largely completed at this point, and we're about 2/3 of the way done with the roof repairs, just waiting on some favorable weather to finish that up. And so far, we've been receiving very positive feedback from our tenants. I included the photo on the left side of this slide because I think it does a good job of showing the scale of the airport infrastructure. The contractors that are kind of off in the distance on the back side of that door, I think, do a good job of showing the size of the buildings, which was one of the things that always struck me when I started working in the aviation industry. The other project that's currently ongoing is airfield maintenance. This project includes pavement markings or striping as well as pavement maintenance. We're about 3/4 of the way through that project and are on hold pending some warmer weather for some of the material requirements. The striping shown in that lower right picture is called an enhanced taxiway centerline marking. It's 150 feet long and about 3.5 feet wide. And I think it does a good job of also providing that sense of scale for some of the work that's currently going on out here, along with the car kind of in the background of that one to show how big that stripe is. As I mentioned, those are our 2 projects that are currently ongoing, and we're expecting to see another 6 or so later this year coming out of that same grant. And that is about all I have for you on the update for that specific grant, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have at this time. If not, I think we can move to the next slide, which I believe is Stacy's.
Yep, that's me. Barney, thank you for the kind words. It really takes a team. Really isn't me. There's many city staff, but I appreciate the comment. That was very kind of you. But we have some amazing city staff that work very hard in our grants and getting funding and getting the projects implemented. So it's awesome. So thank you very much. Real quick follow up on the airport. I was on a webinar the other day, and the airport terminal program funds will be out. They are supposed to be coming out in the next few weeks. So that's really good. That's for airport capital improvements for terminal development. And so we will look towards those and applying for those. So exciting. This last slide is really just update that Sarah is very good working with Bob and our state agencies to provide email updates and to council and to others, and we will continue to do that. We will work towards providing the council project implementation updates, and either through the city manager's report or a CCR, or if we if the council wishes, we could do quarterly updates to council at a work session or something. So that's just kind of a quick follow-up on how we will continue to provide updates to the council on all this exciting funding.
All right. Councilmember Shimoni had asked in the chat, so Rick, I don't know if you can pop back on, but about addressing his question. And maybe Councilmember Shimoni, can you just recap that briefly?
Thank you, Nicole. My bad. Yes, I realize that our conversation, Rick, with you all is until tomorrow. So I wanted just to circle back to this really quick. Rick, if you could just speak to what we as a city can do to really position ourselves in a place where we can really embrace and run with some of these opportunities that maybe aren't fully in line with our 5-year plan, but are kind of like X factor opportunities that we're given the chance to collaborate with. Hopefully you know where I'm going with this point.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, what you're asking for is a big shift in the programming that we're working on. Again, just being honest to that point. I think, chasing grant opportunities. I also have a concern about federalizing our local dollars. If we're talking about 419 and 420 projects, I think we need to be very careful before we, again, federalize those local projects. There's strings that come with all that. Stacy might be able to help me here. What other concerns can I come up with here? So if we're talking about, delaying projects that we're planning on delivering, and it's kind of hard, Councilmember Shimoni, to talk about this without talking about the program. So I'm more than willing to talk about this tomorrow. And even then, tomorrow's conversation is just a precursor to the work that's going to happen later on in April at an April budget retreat. So the programming efforts aren't completely done now. As Heidi indicated earlier, all the 5-year plans are still on the table, getting worked out and finalized. We have some additional work to figure out just how much money can carry over from fiscal year 22 that we're in today and carry into the future fiscal year. Boy, just a lot of thoughts coming to mind. But the whole idea of chasing grants, again, as it compares to where we are with our local dollars, is probably a big discussion point that we're all going to want to talk about.
You know, Rick, I so appreciate, you know, your comment and your directness, you know, and facing this directly, because I don't expect anything less, you know, from our conversations with leadership and all of you is direct, honest, difficult at times conversations most of the time. And so, yeah, you know, Rick and city manager, I'd love to have that conversation with council. I understand that now is not the time to do that. Nicole, no hand needed. But I'm proud of myself for making it this far, by the way. But Greg, city manager, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I definitely see a lot of value in trying to chase some of these grant opportunities to accomplish things. But I also hear from our city engineer, Mr. Barrett, that that means changing our workload and plan, and that's a big conversation.
It is. Thank you.
And thank you. And I'm not going to add to what Rick said. I just want to maybe elaborate on something he said. There was references made to federalizing local projects. That is a big deal. I mean, we just went through an exercise where you saw all the funding through both ARPA and the state, and you know how the projects lined up in that matrix between either federal or non-federal. There's significance in all of that because the federal projects do come with a lot more strings attached, and that is not true with the other ones. So it affords us a lot more flexibility in those projects. So there's been a lot of very deliberate strategizing as to which projects should fall into which category. So back to Rick's comments, you know, that's just giving some context to it. I'm not weighing in on what I think you're asking for, and certainly it is a discussion that probably could continue tomorrow. I just wanted to give a little context to the thing about federalizing local projects. Once you bring the feds into these things, it's a bit of a game changer in terms of the requirements, and actually for a project that already has been funded locally through tax approved bond issuances, that could greatly complicate that particular project because it is not federal yet. Federal things, you know, just as one example, it may trigger, you know, all kinds of things like environmental analyses, and the list is long. It's very long. Things that don't always get triggered at the local level. Rick, thanks for letting me give a little context to that.
City manager, if I can, Nicole, give a really quick question follow-up for you. You know, I wonder, and Rick, you know, I wonder if there's, I'm not an expert on these things, so I don't know if this makes sense at all, but is there a way to like differentiate and separate like local projects that we have, let's say as part of 419, and projects and opportunities that we might have with these grant monies, and almost treat them separately so we're not mixing in a way that's going to be, you know, harmful to us, but setting us up for success to take advantage of some free money, so to speak, to do some great things in terms of safety along our streets and intersections.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councilmember Shimoni, and I really think that that's exactly where we ought to be. I give you a lot of credit for, you know, sharing that thought, because my exact suggestion would be, well, first, let me pause there and talk maybe a bit about background here. So the way the city approaches our 5-year planning process or our 5-year capital program, again, as Councilmember McCarthy mentioned, words are important here. We don't program anything that isn't funded. So that's why the only projects you're going to see in our 5-year capital plan are funded, and that is typically the ones we're talking about here are going to be coming out of the voter-approved transportation tax, which was 419 and 420, we affectionately refer to it as. So yes, going back to your point, I think that is exactly what we want to do. So we want to look beyond the program. We want to start to look at what projects haven't we funded locally,
and how might we position those future endeavors to align with these grant opportunities. So I think it's a separate list of projects. Just having, only a couple minutes to think about it, but I think that's the best strategy forward for us, council member.
Totally. And Nicole, I know we're wrapping up, and I'm sorry, Mayor and Council, this is such an important topic to me. I appreciate the time given. And I know that Martin and his team are very creative, and we have, I would be curious to hear what Martin has to say, whether it's now or later, about how we can creatively utilize this and what we as a council and you with, at the head of our engineering can do to better support that kind of federalizing opportunity that we have. We don't have to dive into that now, given time, but I do think there's an opportunity here, and I just want to make sure we're doing everything we can to take advantage of it. Thank you.
Well, again, I'm not sure if Martin's on or not, but I think I'll just try to cover for him here, council member. And I will also point out that, in 419, we do have $29 million worth of bike ped, specifically bike ped projects. But if I remember correctly, that 29 million is going to cover the 20-year period of the transportation tax. But that put a small dent in the needs of bike and ped improvements for the city of Flagstaff. So there is a tremendous side of that bike ped equation, if you will, that falls into the category you're talking about. It falls into that outside of what we currently have funded, and that's what we ought to be chasing. I think that's exactly the strategy forward.
Right, because in my mind, it's like either that additional funding is going to come from us or from outside.
Yeah, and if we can get grants for it, maybe we could even advance it, because right now it's beyond 20 years. So not only do we get the money, but we can get it sooner. Yeah.
I saw the plan for 29 million, and I wasn't too impressed, to be honest. There's a lot more to do. Yeah. Okay, thank you all.
I was gonna say it's getting closer to the camera. Okay. Not seeing any other questions from from council. Oh, Greg. Okay, so we are at the scheduled time for a break. We originally had 15 minutes on the calendar. Is anybody opposed to taking a 10-minute break instead of coming back at like 1:51?
I think it's a great idea.
Okay. All right. Back at 1:51 on the dot. And everybody can pay up to Greg whether it was his own money or not. All right. See you in 10 minutes. Or McCarthy. All right. A little emoji action in the chat. All right. Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
All right. Councilmember Aslan. Beautiful. Okay. All right, and Councilmember Salas. Okay, so we are on to the last segment for today. So again, at this point in the day, it's kind of a lower energy period for a lot of people anyway, not for everybody. If you need to adjust your seat, stand, do those squats, jumping jacks, throw your spandex on, do some stretching, whatever you need to do. Just continue 60 push-ups complete at this point. Awesome. Throw some burpees in for us next time. But just know that as we continue, if that kind of focus shifts a little bit, starts to drift, kind of just take a couple of deep breaths, make sure your posture is wide. That's going to kind of help that blood flow, help you stay focused. So we are on to resource allocations and priorities. And I know a lot of us have been looking forward to this conversation. So let's go ahead and hand it over. We've got Andy, Mark, Nicole, and Sarah. And I see Rick too.
Yeah, Nicole, if I could just jump in as we start this section. This is where we're going to talk about a lot of infrastructure and other capital needs of our organization from several divisions. And this is where we really want to allow you time for conversation. And we built into our agenda some flexibility to roll over tomorrow. If we go a little bit longer, we have some time tomorrow we can add for these conversations. So I just wanted to frame that discussion I know Nicole will keep us close, and our team's going to do their best job to stay within the timelines, but this is an opportunity for conversations.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you, Nicole. So Nicole, low energy time, cue Andy. I don't know if I am the solution to bringing the energy level back up with my monotone voice, but nonetheless, I'll try to keep the conversation lively. So Rick, if you don't mind, next slide, please. And Councilmember Shimoni, I need to do some push-ups for many reasons and remind myself to stay healthy.
Oh my, I just lost focus. Sorry.
Yeah. But so stormwater, and this is really a continuation, if you will, from the council conversation that we had at the end of September. And Greg really talking about core infrastructure and discussing both our stormwater and wastewater needs for water services. So for the capital plan, we have 60.2 million in projects. And then needed ongoing maintenance of 675,000 for operations, and then an equipment investment for those stormwater maintenance needs. We talked about the risk, and during that September retreat, we talked about 1.8 million per year in flood response, and over that 10-year period, it equals about $18 million. So a significant investment, whether we want to make it or not. We respond to what Mother Nature brings to us. So we do have some efforts underway, and we're working with our stormwater staff and developing a dedicated maintenance program, because what we know is even if a stormwater system may not be built to the floodplain needs necessary to manage flows, if it's well maintained, it's better than not having a system at all. And we've learned that through experience. We're having bond discussions as Shannon Anderson, our deputy manager, she's leading that effort. She's doing a great job in doing so, and it really opens it up for all of us to have those conversations in terms of what are our needs that we are not able to currently fund locally. The grants discussion, SBK just did a really good job of laying out the grants discussion. And I can tell you her job is not just an office job. She is out there, boots on the ground with our stormwater folks. She also specializes in hazard mitigation. And so that's super helpful as we work with the Arizona Department of Emergency Management, FEMA representatives, and all the representatives that come in those emergency response efforts, which we've had with stormwater, and being able to talk about the needs and the funding necessary to move forward. Now, we listed some funds for grants here. Hazard mitigation program grants, funds flow through the channel, so to speak. And yes, Stacy, we do have a great team together. And while we might get frustrated with one another at times, it really goes back to what Rick Barrett was laying out, fitting the funding needs with the funds available. And sometimes when you federalize a project, it can make things a bit more difficult. So how are we thinking about our projects in such a way that allows us to link it to the funds that are available? So HMPG grants, these are grants are hopeful, and part of our strategy does rely on that hope for the grants, but it's also combining all of our funding funds available to leverage. And they're highly competitive. Because we have SBK and a good team, we can compete for those grants, and we compete well. And Stacy and Sarah bring me and others like us in when we need to have those difficult conversations with our federal representatives, with our elected officials, et cetera, at the federal and state levels. And also we're having a utility rate discussion. And so again, it kind of all fits into this, how do we fund our major capital and ongoing operational needs within this financial planning framework that we attempt to set up. Next slide, please, Rick. So ongoing flood mitigation, and I didn't list numbers here. I was just talking to Lisa Deem in wastewater, who's working with our Heidi and our budget representatives. So our ongoing flood mitigation, we requested an additional, I believe, 450,000 in the budget this year. It's currently not funded. For ongoing operations, maintenance, another 675 requested, 675,000. And we've requested that knowing that locally, we really struggled to have those funds available to be able to fund. But that said, those are the needs going forward. Equipment investment, we need backhoes, a combination truck, which we refer to at the field as a combo truck. It allows us to blow out pipes, those underground pipes, as well as suck through any debris that might be in there. And then a mini dozer. We currently have an electric mini dozer, thanks to Ed Shank, our stormwater manager, working with our sustainability group and finding a good product that's out there. And it's a really a pretty cool machine, for lack of a better term. And it's remote controlled, and it allows us to get into those confined spaces with that electric mini dozer. Spruce wash flood mitigation projects, we've listed 29 million here. Again, you'll see some work at the Killip School Detention Basin happening right now. That's jointly funded with the Flagstaff Unified School District. We'll talk about the sediment basins. That's funded through the Coconino County Flood Control District, so leveraging any funds that they may have available, working with a Natural Resources Conservation Service on some of those funding opportunities as well. And so just those ongoing efforts, and as we design, again, looking at the funding opportunities associated with those individual projects. And then other capital projects, the 28 million, that includes Rio de Flag flood control project cost as well. And we talk about some of those laterals. And Stacy, Sarah, good job in working with Bob Holmes, our lobbyist. We know about the environmental infrastructure funds. We have had some come through, I think 1.5 or 1.2 for a Rio de Flag lateral connection, and then 1.5 for the Killip School detention basin, which we're really working towards being able to use that for the inlet to that structure through Ponderosa Park. So stay tuned on that. Any questions on stormwater before I shift to wastewater? I will say on the grants, I almost took the time over to break to research some Carl Sagan quotes. That's awesome, Barney. So while I don't have a Carl Sagan quote, I can just say SBK, Sarah, total team effort, breaking those silos between departments. So if no questions on stormwater, we'll talk about wastewater. So on the wastewater, we talk about resiliency, redundancy, and compliance. Now, at the end of September, we did have a large discussion with you, the City Council, about wastewater needs. We talk about resiliency and redundancy. We also talk about this capacity issue, which the mayor had brought up earlier in this meeting. But we know we have some necessary upgrades and replacements there over the next 6 years. 69 million in capital needs for that redundancy and resiliency, 28 million in the capital budget. We know the risk, environmental contamination being the most significant. And then we do a really good job of managing that wastewater system. And the byproduct is reclaimed water supply, which feeds Picture Canyon and irrigates some of our parks. And so that's really a positive byproduct of that overall system. Some efforts that are underway, the bond discussions. We met with the bond committee last week. Jim Huckel did a really nice job of taking a process that's really complicated because when we, the user, us residents, when we flush, we want to know that we're not contaminating the environment and that our city, community, utility is managing that byproduct appropriately. And Jim does a really good job of explaining that. We're looking at our rate studies. So again, that combination of funding need, bond projects along with rate studies, and then our master planning efforts. And are we holding true to our master plans in terms of, are we saying what we need in that strategic plan in 2020? Are we implementing, and do our needs remain the same? Or are we adapting, which we need to be doing for any carbon neutrality plans that may be out there? And how can we adapt as a community, as a utility, to advancements in technology? And that's something that's really important to us. Next slide, please. So unfunded projects, about 8.2 million. We've listed them here, listed a breakdown here, and it's really a breakdown between the Rio plant, the Rio de Flag plant, and then the Wildcat plant, which is our main plant. We have 4 million in project funding for FY22, FY23. this fiscal year that we're talking about today, planning for. The bond committee, we provided a list of projects to them. I would say there's potential to be overwhelmed by that list of projects because the numbers add up very quickly and they become very large numbers. But what we were able to do through Shannon and Greg's guidance is come up with a risk analysis, if you will. So each of those projects and what's the risk associated with doing or not doing, and then prioritizing that list based on that risk. And I think Jim and Lisa and staff has done a good job with that. So with the bond committee, I think, you know, it starts to look about a $30 million ask from Water Services, specifically for wastewater. And we'll just keep we'll keep going down that road. And again, trying to leverage funds where we can, when we can. But always difficult conversations to be had. So if any questions from council, we'd love to field them and let us know if you have any thoughts or observations going forward.
Well, Andy, you didn't go to sleep, so
I'm glad you're awake, Nicole. Anyway, I appreciate you facilitating this. It's always good to cross paths with you. We've known each other a long time and really appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah. Council, any questions? All right, on to the next.
All right, thanks everyone.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Mark Wilson, Deputy Chief with Flag Fire. Today I get to represent both teams in the Public Safety Joint Communication Equipment process as we're going through looking at a bond. And what I want to do is just recognize that myself, although I'll be the presenter, I do have Chief Musselman and Chief Gaylord who are available for more in-depth questions if need be. But I think it's one of those important topics because as we look at the bond process in 2010, we bonded for the 800 system that we currently work on, and that's just the frequency and the overall radio system within the city. It was an upgrade from what it was prior to that. That was a $4.7 million bond, and we were able to purchase all the infrastructure and the radios at that time. Obviously, we're looking at close to 12 years or 11 years to 12 years, depending on when you look at when we put this together, since that was approved and since we purchased some of that equipment. So what we're looking at now is the need to replace all the hardware. And I want to specify the hardware is different in the radio system from the software, like anything else. And the software was actually replaced in a partnership in 2019 that the city went into with ASU and NAU in the city of Flagstaff. In that 2010 bond, that was a partnership between the city of Flagstaff and NAU. And since that time, the radios have been utilized in all the different equipment. It's replaced when you get new equipment or it's just moved more appropriately. A lot of times it's pulled out of the old units and put into the new one. So we're currently in a position where we have out-of-date radios. And when I say out-of-date, I want to be real clear. They still function, they work, and they're operational. But if they do have any type of a repair need or an issue or any minor or major repairs, then it's really difficult to get those back through in functioning capacity because the Motorola, who is the vendor for that, no longer supports those because anything over 10 years old or 7 years old, you start having a hard time finding replacement parts and it's unsupported. So that's where we find ourselves with the mobile and handhelds, is that we have a replacement need not only within the Flagstaff Police Department, the Fire Department, but also in Public Works. It's used with facilities. So there's multiple divisions within the city that utilize this 800 system and the hardware that's needing to be replaced. So we're looking at a total cost, which includes some of the repeater towers need to be upgraded from a hardware standpoint because they're old. With all of that combined, we're looking at a total cost of $2.7 million. I put in there a 15% inflationary rate. I'll just put out a qualifier that that's a guess. We're looking at the current inflationary rate last year, this year. We're also seeing that a lot of our equipment is averaging between 7 to 12% in the last 18 months increase. So we just put an inflationary percentage in there to make sure that we recovered it from a bond perspective. All in all, total cost is 2.715 plus the 415 equals 3.165 million for this. One of the things that when we went to the bond committee that was requested, and we are bringing that to you, is that we would rank these chronologically. They're all needs. They're all imminent needs. They're safety needs within all the agencies, whether it's this joint one or whether it's fire to come. But in a ranked order, we put this as our priority number one because it obviously has a greater footprint by impacting more divisions. And before I get off of this one, I just want to see if there's any specific questions regarding the communication equipment. Okay, seeing none, I'll go to the next slide.
Actually, we have Councilmember Shimoni.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, thank you. Hi, good afternoon, and thanks for the update so far. Quick question. So, you mentioned that when they do break or need repair, it's difficult. I guess my question is just trying to understand how much of a real need this is, having many items, that are over 10 years old myself. I get where you're coming from, and I know this is a different issue than a personal issue. It's a system issue. But I guess my question is, how often are they breaking? Is it significant to the point that we really, as a council body and as a city, should really be looking at replacing it all? Or is it something that is a hassle, but something we can deal with? Go ahead.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. To answer your question, I think the bottom line answer is none of them are breaking at such a rate that we're worried we're going to be out of service without radio systems currently. But we are seeing a dramatic increase in the number of units that are going down. When we purchased, as an example on the fire side, when we purchased radios, we purchased one for every single individual within the department. We have since changed that methodology, and now we only have 4 assigned to each specific unit because it reduced the number of units we had because we were losing them because of the support and the inability to replace them. So that's an example, if you will, of how we're dealing with it as we move forward. So to answer the question from a hardware, from the radio, they're used every day by every member, and they get dropped a lot. They're on scenes a lot. There's a lot of different impacts that happen to them throughout that put them out of service. And so it's certainly one of those questions of, is this the most appropriate to replace them all? We feel like, given the difficulties and the challenges within the general fund capacity of the demands that are on that and the available funding, that this is our best option to be able to get all of those replaced for all the divisions. And speaking on the repeater towers, Councilmember Shimoni, that's a high priority need as well, because those repeaters broadcast everything to the entire city for multiple jurisdictions that come on to the city's radio and are supported for response calls. So I know I'm not answering it totally directly, but it's a hard one because we do have them going down, but it's a high priority need for us.
I hear you, and I appreciate that, Deputy Chief Wilson. Thank you.
You bet. Okay, next slide, please. So the next slide revolves around apparatus replacement, specifically within the Flagstaff Fire Department. And from our meeting back in September, we talked about, there's been a lot of things that have brought this into factor, but we recognize that through a lot of different measures, through the recession in 08, to the change of the overall process of when replacements were taken into consideration, and once again, the difficulties in supporting some of those general fund demands for higher pieces of equipment such as fire apparatus. These are not cheap, as you can see as we're going through these. We also have seen building configurations, if you all know, have changed. We've become more elevated, higher density, that have also added to some of the risks and some of the demands for units like a Quint, which is an aerial apparatus, as you see on that lower left, allows us to vertically elevate up for defensive fire streams, for rescue, for a lot of different components. And it also functions as a toolbox for not only MBAs, but structural fires, EMS calls, and a lot of different type response models. So when we're looking at the replacement demands, we have 2 units that fall into a high priority category for us that are needing to be replaced that do not have general fund money allocated for it. I'll pause right there and say we do a great job as a city. We have a fleet committee and we have about $775,000 allocated every year for fleet replacement within the city. But we work collectively very, very closely to make sure that one department or division doesn't come in and eat all of that up. So we've built, as an example, in the fire department, an 8-year replacement plan, capital replacement plan, and we've married that with all the other replacement needs within the city. And what we're seeing is even when we budget those out and try not to take all that money, the apparatus you're going to see today fall outside of the capacity that's set aside with that fleet funding currently in the general fund. So the Quint is 23 years old. It's the one that you see on the lower left there. And the replacement cost for a Quint is $1.75 million for a Quint. And that is the number one priority for the apparatus. It's obviously number 2 in the overall public safety. And then the second one is our all-risk pumper. We do have 2 pumpers that are being replaced and are part of that general fund process that I talked about over the next 4 to 5 years. But we're still far enough behind that we have 4 units frontline currently when you combine them all that were over 20 plus years old and are getting a lot of work. We're very, very aware that Flagstaff has inclement weather, freezing hot, cold, up, down, and we run a lot of calls in these units. These all-risk pumpers are our workhorse, if you will. They carry everything. They run to not only medical calls, but fire calls. And so these units are up for replacement and in dire straits. You'll see that I have $1.5 million. That is a different number than what I presented to you all in September. And the reason is because we are working with multiple vendors to try to identify electric vehicles, electric fire engines in this case. And the best guess as we're looking forward to this process is it's about a $1.5 million price tag dependent upon which vendor we select for an electric fire engine, which we think would be really an amazing feat to try to help continue to support the council goals and carbon neutrality as we move ahead. So there is a change in that one. Total cost 3.25 plus the 490 of inflation is 3.740 for those 2. Next slide. The next pieces of apparatus are specific to wildfire. As you all know, we live in a beautiful location, one of the largest ponderosa pine forest in the nation. And so when we look at the risks that we have here, we recognize that we can't cover all the bases. We do everything we can in a lot of other mitigation measures, but one of those is to be able to respond as a city and a community to the threat of wildfire with our own apparatus. Just like all the other pieces of apparatus, all but one station right now has one crew. One 3-person crew shares and responds in whichever piece of apparatus is the most appropriate. So if it's an EMS, they'll respond in that type 1 engine. If it's a fire that's elevated, if there's a Quint there, they'll take that one. If it's a wildfire, they'll take one of these units. So we don't have staff in every one of these. We have one specific crew assigned to a station. We have multiple pieces of apparatus within that they then select based off the type of call. So these 2 wildfire engines that you're seeing on the lower left, these are 21-year-old. They're sister units. They're $1 million to replace both of them. They're just right around $500,000 a piece to spec them and replace them to the new standards. And when we're looking at 21-year-old apparatus, whether it's Quints, engines, water tenders, or these wildfire engines, there's a lot of safety components that are out of date. And the way that we stay up on some of those is we try to do the best that we can in integrating that, but a lot of that is part of the actual unit itself and its design and model. So these units right here are 21 years old. We have some issues with them. As you recall, in September, we talked about how these units, one of these units was out of service for 60% of the year due to some failings within it. So these are high priorities for us as well. The engines, the wildfire engines, are priority number 4 in the ranking. And then the water tenders, we utilize those for obviously wildfire. We also utilize them to bring water to areas that do not have hydrants, freeway fires, incidents on them, car fires on the freeway, large commercial or semi-type vehicles. We utilize that water tender. We put that as number 6 because it's not used as much, even though it's older. We feel like it's the lower priority out of all of the apparatus that we're looking for to be replaced. The estimated cost combined is 1.9 plus the 285 inflation gives us a 2,185,000 total for the wildfire apparatus. Next page, please. This is a new one for the council. This is one as we continue to work through the process. We recognize we've got currently a storage capacity need issue. And when we talked about that, how the crews will select which type of apparatus, you can see certain stations might have 4 to 5 pieces of apparatus with one crew doing a select on what that response model is. One thing that also created some of this issue was in 2006, the bond actually in 2004 was approved. In 2006 and 7, when we were designing our stations with that bond for the station relocation project, the scope of work identified in 0607, some of you might remember, we were kind of at the high end of the cost of property at that time, the cost of building materials, and the availability of contractors. So when we went out to bid to build our stations, what we realized due to the scope of work was we need to reduce the overall cost to kick off that program based off those 2006 and 7 price points. As a result, unfortunately, the outcome was we had to cut a full 2-vehicle bay, one bay, but it holds 2 pieces of apparatus off of multiple stations in order to get that project moving forward to meet that scope of work. Well, fast forward to where we're at today, and we have a lot of apparatus sitting outside, none with water, sitting outside that we have a hard time with storage and making sure that not only are they being kept out of the elements, but they're secure because they have a lot of high dollar equipment within them. So in this bond, we're requesting that the storage needs be addressed. And so we're looking for some type of a metal Butler style building is the cheapest route to be able to put up on current city-owned property. And then the cost associated with those, we broke them into 2 separate ones, a 2-bay and a 3-bay. And we obviously prioritized the 3-bay higher because we get more bang for the buck in the overall process of bringing a 3-bay into our capacity to store our fleet and apparatus. So the total cost for that is 1.38. And then the 2-bay and the 3-bay associated with that are broken out into priority number 5. And obviously the least of the priorities through this entire one would be the additional 2-bay. So our grand total of everything included on this public safety bond is 10.470. That includes all the inflationary projections and all the priorities included. And that concludes what I have, and I'm certainly open for all of the questions.
All of the questions. This is your chance, council. We have anybody? It was that thorough. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Nicole, can I add one thing?
I suppose.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I know I got a lot to say at these reviews and at our meetings. Deputy Wilson, I just want to say, I'm excited about all this. I'm curious to see what the bond committee proposals are and how this all progresses. But I do believe that if we place a public safety bond on the ballot, it will pass. And so I think that this is a good opportunity to take advantage of that support. And I appreciate your work on all this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni.
All right. Okay, so I think we are on to carbon neutrality. Let's do this.
Great, thank you. Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. I appreciate this opportunity to discuss the proposed carbon neutrality projects that are being presented to the Citizen Bond Committee later this month for consideration. And first of all, I have to say, I'm really excited just to hear the previous presentations. And as you can see, and there's a theme with the work that the city organization is doing in terms of taking climate action. What we're going to talk about today are 8 comprehensive projects that are being proposed that support every focus area of the carbon neutrality plan. But they do go much further than just the carbon neutrality plan. These projects can provide much needed resources to our communities, our residents, and our businesses. They provide opportunities for saving money, improving equity, supporting market shifts, business trainings, energy security, business development, and even supporting housing. I'm going to take the next few minutes to provide a very high-level overview of each project, and the plan is to stay within the time that I've been allotted. So next slide, please. Before I begin, I do want to make sure it's clear that the projects being proposed to the Citizen Bond Committee far exceed the city's bond capacity. Sustainability has been tasked with developing a robust and impactful initiative, which is what is before you this afternoon. Okay, so beginning with healthy and efficient homes. This initiative would prioritize home health, safety, and energy efficiency through 5 components. The first part is the Residential Energy Efficiency Retrofit Program, which would be based on a sliding income scale to remove financial barriers and increase access to the cost savings and return on investment from energy efficiency measures. This program would be available not only to homeowners, but to also rental units. This is a reboot of the award-winning federally funded program we offered in 2009. The next part is the expansion of the existing energy rebate program, which would offer substantial energy rebates to Flagstaff families, lowering barriers to investments in energy efficient appliances for all income levels. We will use this to accelerate energy efficiency, reduce energy bills across income brackets, and home electrification that increases the need for renewable energy on the electric grid. The third part is the multifamily housing retrofit program. Similar, it would remove financial barriers for landlords, though, to implement energy efficiency measures and create healthier homes. It will be available to owners of multifamily properties with more than 50% of the tenants who fall into low or moderate income brackets. The next part is an energy efficiency and renewable energy loan program that would allow residential property owners access to a smart e-loan guarantee and interest buy-down program for the residential sector. And the final part is similar to previous mentioned effort, and it's modeled off of our 2009 retrofit program. And this would accelerate weatherization and energy efficiency workforce development in the region. Moving on to the Energy Independence Initiative, the first part of this would provide 100% clean, renewable power for all City of Flagstaff facilities, including water and wastewater production, which is our largest energy user. And just last fiscal year, we spent almost $4 million in water and wastewater production. So a really important component of this initiative. The second part of this initiative is about improving overall resilience, self-reliance, dependability, emergency response services, and energy efficiency. It would provide solar and battery microgrids at emergency response facilities, including all city fire stations, the police department, and the Flagstaff Airport. The microgrids would include solar connected to battery backup systems or looped into a larger microgrid network, enabling these facilities to create their own energy on site and operate through power outages, enhancing emergency response and community services during crisis situations. Next slide. The next proposed project is safe and accessible bike and pedestrian infrastructure. We will focus on closing the funding gap for safe bike and pedestrian facilities, providing bike and pedestrian infrastructure upgrades to create a safer walking and biking environment in Flagstaff and to advance the active transportation management plan. Flagstaff has millions of dollars in unmet bike and pedestrian needs, including primary bikeways, major foot trails, pedestrian crossings, and protected bike lanes. The next initiative is the Community Health and Resiliency Initiative, which would transform city recreation facilities into neighborhood-based resilience hubs. These would provide refuge and resources in both small and large-scale emergencies and allow the city to prepare for and respond to an increase in extreme weather emergencies and smoke events. The hubs will include enhanced air filtering and power during outages that would be made available to the community. The hubs would provide refuge from a place for healthy air on smoky days to a place to meet medication refrigeration needs during power outages. Locations would be chosen based on community connections to vulnerable residents, particularly low-income families and seniors. The second part of this is an expansion on our HEPA filtration system grant program that we ran last summer. Vulnerable residents would have access to HEPA filters to assist them on unhealthy air days, which are expected to increase in frequency due to increased wildfire smoke, allergens, and heat. Filters will be granted to breathing impaired and smoke sensitive residents who cannot upgrade their HVAC systems. Next slide. Moving on, the accessory dwelling units infill accelerator is a bit outside of our standard sustainability programs. Accessory dwelling units are also known as ADUs, which are small homes built in backyards, and they have a wide range of benefits, including bringing more homes and families into our existing neighborhoods. This means that they have important transportation benefits, helping folks choose biking and walking or even the bus, because many of these will be served by transit and located close to downtown or other activity centers. ADUs also increase housing supply, a hugely important factor for anyone renting in town, and while helping property owners have an extra income stream and make the best use of their properties. With this long list of benefits, it's clear if we accelerate the creation of ADUs, we can work towards many community goals. And we want to incentivize ADUs by creating a pre-approved set of plans that anyone can use. And cities across the U.S. are doing this to increase the number of ADUs effectively in their communities. And we also want to provide an incentive for those who build ADUs to get more built. The next project is the Healthy Homes and Stove program, and it's a simple project but exciting. This program will provide rebates for any residents who upgrade to a new EPA-certified wood-burning stove. We have old, inefficient stoves throughout our community and neighborhood-level smoke issues in the winter. Upgrading these stoves to more efficient stoves has many benefits for our community, and it will help residents save time and money because these stoves require 30% less wood. Next slide. The next project is the Community Electric Mobility Project, which helps the electric mobility revolution come to Flagstaff with a particular emphasis on our most vulnerable residents. The first part of this project is the development of a city-operated bike share system to serve Flagstaff residents and our visitors. Bike share systems provide affordable and easy-to-use transportation options, reducing reliance on vehicles and complementing transit. Bike share systems are heavily used by students and visitors, and this was demonstrated during Flagstaff's brief bike share pilot back in 2018. City-operated bike share systems provide more program continuity and responsiveness than privately owned systems, which have often more volatile funding structures. The second part of this project is a subscription car share program in Flagstaff Housing Authority neighborhoods. Vehicle ownership is an incredibly costly burden for low-income families in Flagstaff. Car share enables households to access vehicles when needed while drastically reducing annual ownership and maintenance costs. Operated by the city, the program would provide 15 electric vehicles and accompanying electric vehicle charging infrastructure across 3 different sites. And the final proposed project is the Northern Arizona Food System Support. This project is a multi-pronged approach to improve food security in Northern Arizona. Support measures would be developed to support Flagstaff food systems, including additional community gardens indoor community greenhouses, business development assistance, food to market assistance, and a regional commissary kitchen that allows access for multiple emerging commercial businesses. Enhancing local food production in Flagstaff will increase our regional food security and resilience with many benefits of lowering the cost of food, improving health, and providing business opportunities. Next slide. Mayor and Council, I would be remiss if I did not emphasize that the city's carbon neutrality goal requires a sustained commitment. And that commitment goes beyond the potential bond items that I've just highlighted. The next two slides are additions to the slide deck that are not incorporated in the agenda packet, as I am just returning from holiday, but I did feel that it was important to add them. So I appreciate your patience as I navigate these two slides very quickly. City Council did adopt the Flagstaff Carbon Neutrality Plan in June of 2021. Therefore, this is our first chance to speak with the Council about a budget associated with this plan. These two slides highlight resource needs for climate action for the next fiscal year. And this is not intended to get ahead of the city's budget process by any means, but rather to illustrate how we might sustain funding for the carbon neutrality plan. Highly impactful programming will be proposed outside of the bond discussion. These include programs such as a flood area resiliency grant program, trainings for businesses, wood stove rebates, assistance for a review of city codes through the carbon neutrality lens, electric bike rebates, and residential solar rebates. Next slide. A few more examples include contractor trainings, expanding existing residential energy efficiency rebates, extending the free composting drop-off service that we piloted this year, and increasing funds to help spark business development in carbon dioxide removal. I share this information this afternoon because this represents over $1 million in new funding requests. I realize this is a large number, yet it illustrates the aggressive goals of the carbon neutrality plan and the transformational work we need to do across our community each and every year. So with that, I hope I stayed within my allotted time, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are some.
All right, Councilmember Shimoni, it's optional, not mandatory. All right. Do you have a question?
You know, Nicole, so this last slide is not being presented as part of the bond, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So I guess I'll just make my comment known that I support our budget team working to implement as many of these as possible as the budget conversations continue. I think that we've declared a climate emergency, going back to original comment of the morning, and that this needs to be prioritized through our budget process, reflecting our community values. So I appreciate you putting the slide together for us, Nicole. And yeah, I don't know what else I can say, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember McCarthy, you have a comment?
Yeah, just briefly. Nicole, I thought the idea of pre-approved plans for ADUs was extremely innovative. I think one of the reasons that the cost of housing here in Flagstaff is so high is that it seems that every house has to go through an architect and be designed from the ground up, from scratch. Where down in Phoenix, not that I love Phoenix by any means, but essentially all the housing down there is done in tracts where they will build the exact same floor plan 100 times. So that dramatically decreases the cost per house. So a good idea. Thank you.
All right. Mayor, you have your hand up as well? Mayor, I'm not sure, you're still on mute, so I'm not sure if you do have a question or no.
I thought I'd make it through the whole retreat before I did that, but apparently not.
I'll check it off.
So regarding the electric vehicle chargers that you have underneath the bike line item or rebate, So is this under consideration of the federal grants that are going to be available for EV chargers, and or just in general, because I'm not aware, do the EV chargers that are coming out from the feds require matching from at the local level?
Mayor, thank you. I actually don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, and I do apologize. I have been out of town, so I am just catching up. If Stacy BK is available, or Sarah, to answer that question, or at least that piece of the question, I would appreciate being able to defer to them. And, you know, of course, we are monitoring every opportunity, as has been stated throughout the retreat today, at what resources we can bring to the community through federal assistance and private foundation assistance as well. And we're not limiting ourselves by any means to only the federal programming that is currently underway.
Thank you. Stacy BK, do you happen to have any additional info on that part? Again, I know I know so much of this is still being routed through the various federal agencies overseeing them, and that the criteria are always very formed in certain areas. I do see Rick, you're jumping in here, so.
Yes, I am not SBK. I'm not Stacy. Stacy needed to attend a meeting, stakeholder meeting for the RAISE grant in that application process. So she's not available.
That's a good reason to be not here.
Yeah, she's very busy.
Yeah. Okay, well then we can.
We'll look into that. Yeah.
Cool. Just as always, looking to see where we can leverage funds elsewhere to not burden our local citizens, if we can. I did want to ask also, when you presented this for the bonds, it was that list based on the priorities of priority 1, 2, 3, similar to how the fire department presented their list, or is this? I'm just wondering, was that the priority list, or is that still being formed?
Mayor and Council, we actually haven't presented yet to the Citizen Bond Committee. We are going to be presenting to them later this month in 2 meetings. And we are not going to be prioritizing per se. And what we're providing to the committee is essentially a full menu of impactful actions. When we do dive into the details with the committee, we are going to talk about impacts in terms of greenhouse gas emission reductions and how far this helps advance to our goals of carbon neutrality. So they are going to get in, we're going to be able to get into a lot more detail than we have time for today. Mm-hmm. So we're going to be presenting that information as a full menu of options that are associated with impact statements.
Excellent. Thank you. And then I guess the only comment I have is that as we are prioritizing and assessing these, I think it's really important to, I mean, obviously we need high impacts for low costs if we can, but at the same time, it's going to be real important that we prioritize these in a way that, how do I put it? Shows how much these goals can really help our economy at the same time, that can show employment gains, that can, attract, apprenticeships or trade skills coming to Flagstaff. I think it's really important we start there and be able to show the data, be able to show that this isn't a zero-sum game where we deal with the environment and it's negative on the economy. No, it's quite the opposite. And just demonstrating that and being able to show data in these first few years, especially if, bonding or out of the general fund, however we move forward. I just think that's a real important start before we move into the later years when carbon capture and sequestration becomes another part of the plan that, technology hasn't caught up yet for that. But just wanted to throw that comment out there that really, if we can create employment, create good jobs, show this differently, then that would be great.
You got it.
And the other question I have is regarding the ADUs, and particularly with the bond propositions with ADUs. I guess this might not be a question for you, Nicole, but is this been broached or brought up with the Housing Commission? That might be a Clifton question or a Sarah Dar question.
So I will say that and Dan, thank you. I will say that in working to develop the framework for this initiative, we worked with the housing team as well as planning team. And to Councilmember McCarthy's point, the plan set was actually a recommendation coming from Tiffany Antal. And so this has really been a collaborative discussion over the last 2 years and how we can try to advance this efficiently bringing in housing opportunities, but also merging that with energy efficiency as well. And I see that we also have Sarah. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor and Council, Sarah Dar, Housing Director. I just wanted to mention that sustainability and housing are working together to hold a joint meeting between the commissions. And that will address topics such as this, but yes, we did work together on the ADU concepts. But the joint meeting of the commissions will be able to address a number of different things, including this as well. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. And I'm really glad to see how much, especially the last few years, how much of these overlaps have been such recognized, and the collaborations and the communications between the traditionally a little more siloed government entities within the city of Flagstaff. And I'm just really glad as a team that we're all recognizing in that, and staff, all the work that you're doing to be able to have the really great communication to move this forward. So appreciate all the work on that front.
All right. Mayor, anything else?
That'll do it. I'll get off the box here. I do see Dan Folkus wants to jump in, so maybe he has more to add to the.
Yeah, so Dan, maybe to wrap us up on this one.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. Thank you, Mayor. Dan Folk, Community Development Director. I just wanted to say there's a number of items on this list that Nicole presented that really do overlap with things in the housing plan. One is having, pre-approved plan sets for housing. Another is a review of the code, really from top to bottom. What are things that contribute to the cost of housing in our zoning code and our development requirements? So we're obviously working very closely with Nicole and Sarah and everybody. So I think there's good collaboration happening on many levels.
All right. Okay, well, shall we continue on to the last part of this, which is housing? Great segue.
So I guess I'll jump in. Nicole, we are at 2:45, correct?
Yep.
Which was the time we were going to take time for closing remarks and public participation. So I'm wondering if we should move housing to first thing tomorrow morning.
I will defer that to the group. You're getting a thumbs up from Sarah. Greg, any concerns on that?
No, we structured this agenda to be a little bit nimble, and I don't want to cut short the housing discussion. And Sarah, if you and your team are comfortable presenting in the morning, I think that works to your advantage.
All right.
Folks will be awake in the morning and energized.
Well, I can't speak for Brick, but I'll be awake.
Thank you.
I can, for what it's worth.
Okay, then that does take us to public comment.
Mayor, I'm checking right now to see if we have anybody. I don't believe so. Just a moment.
Okay. While we're doing that, Councilmember McCarthy, I see you have a comment.
Yeah, just a quick comment while we're trying to hook the public up. This will kind of tie today's discussion with tomorrow morning's discussion. I believe that of all the things we can do to reduce our carbon emissions, housing And the way we lay the city out is probably the most important thing that we can do. I realize that a lot of people don't like density, but if we have a more dense city, it facilitates public transportation, bicycling, walkability. And, the Metro Plan just did a survey, and it was interesting to me that a majority of, if I remember correctly, the people that live within Flagstaff are saying that smaller homes coupled with better ability for walkability and bicycling was accepted and thought to be very important by the people of Flagstaff in general. So I'm just trying to tie the 2 days together and kind of put some of these things in perspective. Thank you for the comment, and maybe we're ready for public now.
All right, well, Stacy popped in and we actually don't have any public comments, so that would wrap us up for the day. Mayor DC or Greg, any closing comments before we head out for the day and prep for tomorrow?
Well, I'll jump in and start. Thank you. Council will continue this dialogue in the morning, and obviously housing will kick that off, but we will be talking about capital improvements and a number of other very important topics. I want to thank you for your engagement today. I know it is quickly becoming obvious, as it always does in this process, that the desired projects and programs greatly exceed what our budget abilities and even bonding abilities are going to be able to address. But it's nevertheless a very important discussion to have. And subsequent to this, there will be a lot more analysis and refinement and paring things down. But we're certainly looking to get your reactions and some level of direction as we're having these discussions. But I just want to share with you, we recognize that the projected costs of all this, of course, greatly exceed what we're going to have the available resources to accommodate. So thank you.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you, Nicole, and the whole team. I know these retreats are a lot easier on us electeds than they are on the staff and the time you all put into it and thought and all the meetings. So fine work on all fronts today and expectedly tomorrow as well. I do have a general comment that kind of goes back to the bonds we have a lot of projects, right? a lot of projects. And I am concerned with voter fatigue if we are putting 6-7 things on the ballot this year for bonding. And in light of the need for flexibility, I'm just wanted to put a little seed in others' ears on this subject, but to create an infrastructure bond, like physical infrastructure that could help encapsulate many of these measures, as I'd stated before, stormwater, wastewater, that would have, for example, a requirement that it would be used for matching dollars, and in a way be kind of like a localized infrastructure bond that can then match the infrastructure bill of lots and lots of money coming out. That also would align with our plans that we have in place that are already established and set. So that way the public feels okay with the idea of this does conform to our plans as a city at the local level, and that it is required that it be used for matching funds with this inflow that's coming in. So I'm just throwing out there, I am very concerned about the idea of saying, wastewater, stormwater, public safety, climate action, housing, all of the list of bonding that we have to do, that we really need to be conscientious of how we group them. So just throwing it out there as an idea of having a larger infrastructure bond with certain guardrails in place to be considered. So again, just throwing that out there. I know people's brains might be a little mushy at this point, but we can bring up a little bit, maybe more interaction to that idea potentially tomorrow or at a future date. So thank you everyone for all of your participation and work today.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. We will be back tomorrow with an 8:30 on the dot start. Get some good rest, get hydrated, keep doing those squats. I think Councilmember Shimoni has about 40 more push-ups to go to hit his 100. So we'll be good to go. Greg?
Thank you all. Much appreciated.
Thank you.